everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we are going to be going through the entire story of Dragon Ball Z. 2 years ago I made a long video about the story of Dragon Ball, and I promised you all that there would be a sequel. And given the recent events with the creator of Dragon Ball Z, Akira Toriyama, and him passing away, I figured that this would be an appropriate time for me to come on here and continue with the next installment. So, without further ado, let's dive into it with the Raditz Saga. I'm a big fan of Dragon Ball Z, and I can pretty much tell you every plot point in Dragon Ball Z without any help, but I will be using a wiki to make sure that I don't miss any of the minute details. So, the Raditz Saga began 5 years after the events of the Piccolo Jr Saga. At the end of Dragon Ball, we see a reunion at the Kame House, where Goku, with his old master Master Roshi, and his friends Krillin and Bulma, who have not seen each other in 5 years. Goku surprises everyone by bringing along his 4-year-old son, Gohan, who is not going to become a martial artist due to Chi-Chi wanting him to keep studying and become a scholar. Unfortunately, the reunion gets interrupted by the arrival of a mysterious being who identifies himself as a Saiyan by the name of Raditz. Now, Raditz identifies Goku as Kakarot and berates him for not completing his mission. Further complicating matters, Raditz also claims that Goku is from the same Saiyan race as he is, and that he and Goku are in fact brothers. Goku and Krillin are understandably think that Raditz is nuts. However, Master Roshi reveals that there may be some truth to the Saiyan's words. And a major turning point in the series, Master Roshi reveals that Goku's adopted grandfather, Grandpa Gohan, found a strange space capsule in the woods containing baby Goku. As a baby, Goku was actually violent and ill-tempered, though one day he fell down a ravine and suffered severe head trauma, which in turn changed Goku into a happy, amicable child that everyone came to know and love. This new revelation shocks Goku, who refuses to believe its validity. Raditz then goes on to state that Goku's original purpose was to destroy all life on Earth, which he should have done in a matter of years after his arrival. Raditz also reveals that the Saiyans' original home planet, Planet Vegeta, was destroyed by an asteroid some 20 years earlier, and that there are only 4 Saiyans left, including Goku. Finally, Raditz mentions that he needs his brother's help in destroying all life on a distant planet. Goku refuses, which prompts Raditz to notice Gohan, who still retains his Saiyan tail, which leads Raditz to threaten the fate of the child. Goku tries to attack, but is quickly stopped by Raditz, who then immediately kidnaps Gohan and gives Goku an ultimatum. Raditz will kill Gohan unless Goku kills 100 humans within the next 24 hours. With that, Raditz flies off. He also mentions to Goku, by the way, that he should stack the bodies on the beach, which really, I think sets the tone, but that's not mentioned here. Anyway, Goku is clearly stressed at this situation and vows to rescue his son. Krillin and Master Roshi offer to help him fight, although Goku tells them to stay because he doesn't want them to be killed again, since Shenron can only revive someone once. Before they can depart, however, he is confronted by his nemesis, Piccolo. Piccolo encountered Raditz after Raditz had first arrived on Earth and was terrified by his raw power. Aware that they now have a common enemy, Piccolo suggests that he and Goku join forces to confront Raditz, which Goku hesitantly agrees to. Bulma offers up her Dragon Radar so that Piccolo and Goku can track the 4-star Dragon Ball in Gohan's hat, thus finding his location. Meanwhile, Raditz arrives at his spaceship and locks the crying Gohan inside. Through the use of his scouter, Raditz discovers that 2 fighters are approaching. As they get closer, it is revealed that they are Piccolo and Goku. If I remember correctly, Goku's power level was slightly higher than Raditz, than Piccolo's. It was like 400 something, and Piccolo's was like maybe 300 something, if I remember correctly. Anyway, the duo faces off against Raditz. However, they find that there is little they can do against the more powerful Saiyan. Raditz gains the upper hand and soars into the air, firing dual ki blasts out of his hands at Goku and Piccolo. Goku is able to dodge. However, Piccolo loses his arm. Piccolo is unhindered and reveals that he has been holding back a new technique that he designed to kill Goku. However, he decides that he will now use it against Raditz. In order to give Piccolo time to charge the attack, Goku leaps into the air as he distracts Raditz with his Kamehameha. Raditz is astonished that the 2 fighters can concentrate their power into single attacks. However, he manages to neutralize the Kamehameha with ease and then takes care of Goku with a blast of his own. Fortunately, this was all the time Piccolo needed, and he fires his new attack, the Special Beam Cannon. In Japanese, it's called like the Makako Senba or something like that. Way more difficult to say. Despite the power of the blast, however, Raditz sidesteps it. Goku takes advantage of the distracted Raditz and grabs his tail, which Goku remembers as being one of his own weaknesses as a child. Raditz is rendered helpless. However, he appeals to his brother to let him go if he promises to leave the planet, which Goku does, much to Piccolo's chagrin. Raditz predictably double-crosses his brother and pins him down, breaking his bones and causing Goku much pain. At that moment, Raditz's space pod violently explodes. Gohan, who had been watching helplessly from inside Raditz's pod, manages to blow the pod apart upon hearing his father's screams. Raditz's scouter detects the child's power level to be 1307, substantially higher than that of Goku and Piccolo. And if I remember correctly, it's not mentioned here, but Raditz's power level was about 1200, so this would have been higher than Raditz's as well. So the infuriated Gohan glows his aura red and charges at Raditz, who is unable to react in time and receives a burst of speed to swiftly headbutt into the chest, breaking his Saiyan armor while screaming in pain. Gohan's power level soon drops back down to 1, and Raditz realizes that Gohan's hidden power is affected by his emotions. Raditz quickly smacks Gohan aside, but is still physically hurt by the previous attack. Goku, using what little strength he had left, leaps up and locks Raditz in a full Nelson. Raditz is unable to break free, and Goku tells Piccolo to try his attack again. Piccolo does not hesitate to comply, knowing that the beam will kill Goku as well, though he knows that Goku's friends will most likely use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. He is nonetheless satisfied with killing his archenemy. He fires off another special beam cannon, and Raditz, held by Goku, is unable to dodge it again. And the beam penetrates through both Raditz and Goku, mortally wounding both of them. Raditz curses Piccolo, but commends his brother's spirit. Piccolo informs Raditz that Goku will be wished back to life using the Dragon Balls. Raditz, with his dying breath, retorts by saying that the scouter on his head acts as a transmitter as well, and that the other two more powerful Saiyans will come to Earth in 1 year and avenge his death. Piccolo, upset at Raditz's cockiness, delivers an early death blow to him. In space, the remaining two Saiyans, Nappa and Vegeta, get word of Raditz's death by the message transmitted to their scouters. Vegeta is intrigued by the Dragon Balls, and they decide to head to Earth to use them to wish for immortality, rather than wishing Raditz back to life, as Raditz had hoped. Back on Earth, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma arrive at the scene to find Raditz dead and Goku dying. Though they can bring him back with the Dragon Balls, Krillin takes watching his friend die very hard. Shortly after he expires, however, Goku's body vanishes. Piccolo takes that to mean that the Guardian of Earth, Kami, has plans for Goku in the other world. Piccolo then surprisingly regenerates his arm, tells the others of the impending... I just remember how freaked out everybody got when Piccolo did that. Piccolo tells the others of the impending arrival of two more powerful Saiyans and picks up the unconscious Gohan with the intention of training the child to fight the Saiyans. The others protest but can do nothing to stop Piccolo. In Otherworld, Kami brings Goku to King Yama to ask permission for Goku to travel down the Snake Way with the intention of training with the Lord of Worlds, King Kai. Goku asks if Raditz came here as well, and is surprised when Yama sent him to hell without too much trouble. Yama also grants this request, and Goku begins his long and perilous journey down the 1,000,000-kilometer Snake Way. And now we will move on to the Saiyan/Vegeta Saga. Kami makes a startling revelation that the previous viciousness of Piccolo is beginning to recede. He noticed that Raditz had been sent to hell instead of spending eternity trapped in limbo, as what happens when one gets killed by a demon. So he begins to believe that Piccolo's fear of the Saiyans is making him grow a conscience. On Earth, Gohan awakens, but to his dismay, he is with Piccolo, and his father is nowhere to be found. Piccolo tells the child of his father's death and says that he intends to train Gohan for the impending battle with the Saiyans. Gohan objects, but Piccolo quickly shows him that he has great power inside him, but only for brief moments. Piccolo abandons him, claiming that if Gohan manages to survive for 6 months alone in the wilderness, the real training would begin. Mind you, Gohan is probably like 4 or 5 years old at this point. Gohan struggles being on his own, and after being chased by a dinosaur, manages to get trapped on a cliff by using his hidden strength. With no way of getting down, Gohan settles down for the night after eating apples secretly brought by Piccolo. He awakens in the middle of the night to find a large moon awaiting him. Gohan remarks about how he's never seen the moon so big. However, upon this revelation, he begins transforming into a great ape. Piccolo has been watching nearby and is shocked at this new form and desperately tries to discover the source of the transformation. Needless to say, Great Ape Gohan destroys the mountain he was on and begins rampaging the countryside. Piccolo recalls something that Raditz had said about the power of the moon on Saiyans with tails, and realizing that the moon would act as an advantage to the Saiyans, he seemingly destroys the moon, instantly causing Gohan to revert to his normal state. One source claims he makes an illusion of its destruction, probably because if the moon was destroyed, the Earth would be thrown into all sorts of chaos. But, this is a fictional world where people can fly, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Anyway, seeing the tail as a weakness, Piccolo removes it from the passed out Gohan and gives him a set of new clothes and a sword before disappearing. Meanwhile, Kami calls together the strongest fighters on Earth in order to train them for the arrival of the Saiyans. The fighters selected to train on the lookout are Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Yajirobe. Of course, none of them are going to make a difference, but that's neither here nor there. After 6 months pass, Gohan now is able to fend for himself alone. He is surviving in the desert, and Goku is still running down Snake Way. Piccolo decides that Gohan's survival training is finished and begins to personally train him. At the same time, somewhere in the universe, the Saiyans, Vegeta, and Nappa destroy the planet Arlia on their way to Earth. Goku finally reaches the end of Snake Way and discovers a small planet in orbit above him. He leaps to the planet but immediately discovers that despite its diminutive size, the planet has heavy gravity. After struggling to walk around the planet, Goku meets King Kai and his pet monkey Bubbles. With only 88 days left before the Saiyans arrive, King Kai instructs Goku to chase and ultimately catch Bubbles in order for Goku to become adjusted to the gravity. It takes Goku some time to accomplish this feat, but he does so in about 2 months. Also, in the anime, Goku must hit a cricket named Gregory on the head with a hammer. I'm going to assume that was filler. I myself didn't know, but makes sense. King Kai then begins to instruct Goku on his 2 signature techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Goku masters these techniques within a day of the Saiyans' arrival on Earth. Unfortunately, King Kai realizes that even though Goku's friends can wish Goku back to life, Goku still has to run all the way down Snake Way to get back to Earth. Goku, in a panic, telepathically instructs Master Roshi back on Earth to resurrect him. Master Roshi complies, having gathered the Dragon Balls over the past year, and summons Shenron and asks the dragon to bring Goku back to life. The dragon complies, and Goku returns to life in the other world and immediately flies at top speed down Snake Way. Then, 1 day later, the Saiyans arrive. Upon their arrival, Nappa and Vegeta immediately destroy the city they landed in, because of course they did. Why not? Vegeta, wanting to find the Dragon Balls, uses his scouter to determine the location of the strongest warrior on the planet, whom he presumes to be the one who killed Raditz. They head off towards Piccolo and Gohan. Piccolo and Gohan sense the incoming powers, as well as several smaller ones, who turn out to be Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. The Saiyans arrive. When Krillin arrives, Nappa and Vegeta also reveal that they came to Earth to use the Dragon Balls for immortality. The Saiyans recognize Piccolo as being a Namekian. This revelation about his true origin shocks Piccolo for a while Kami also realizing that his creating the Dragon Balls was some kind of racial memory from his Namekian heritage. Nappa decides to let Saiyaman beat up the fighters and plant seeds in the ground which sprout and become 6 small green aliens. Tien fights one first and easily bests it. Upon seeing this, Vegeta deduces that the fighters are concealing their power and easily destroys the defenseless Saiyaman for its incompetence. Yamcha goes after another Saiyaman and seemingly defeats it with a Kamehameha. However, it instantly stands up again and latches onto him and self-destructs, killing both of them. An enraged Krillin snaps and launches a devastating, expanding energy wave blast that splits off into 6 separate blasts. one for each remaining Saiyaman, and one for each of the 2 Saiyans. The blasts manages to kill 3 Saiyaman immediately. Piccolo destroys one that hit from the blast and tried to attack Gohan. Vegeta and Nappa also survive the blast unscathed. Nappa then decides to step up and battle the Z Fighters himself. Vegeta tells Nappa not to kill Piccolo, as that would probably cease the Namek from revealing the location of the Dragon Balls as well. Nappa goes on the offensive, powering up a great deal and choosing Tien at random to attack. He actually knocks off Tien's arm, causing him extreme pain. Krillin tries to rescue his friend, but Nappa stops him by firing a powerful attack straight in front of him. Nappa, distracted, fails to notice Chaozu coming up behind him. Chaozu attaches onto Nappa and self-destructs. When the smoke clears, Nappa remains with no harm to him. Chaozu sacrificed himself for nothing. I don't mean to laugh, but that scene is always hilarious to me. Tien, enraged, goes into an all-out attack against Nappa, who blocks all of his attacks like nothing. Piccolo tells the others that once Nappa goes to the offensive, he will be unguarded and they will sneak up and attack. The plan goes well until Gohan chickens out at the last second and runs away. Piccolo and Krillin, pretty much the only ones left, continue to fight Nappa, but are no match, even together. Tien, who is only alive through pure willpower, however, puts all of his energy into a final attack, a one-handed tri-beam. Unfortunately, this fails, and Nappa survives with only his armor damaged. Tien, who literally puts his life into the attack, dies. Nappa prepares to make the kill on all 3. However, Vegeta, who had remained on the sidelines, halts him. Vegeta has deduced that Goku is Kakarot and wants Nappa to wait 3 hours for Goku to arrive to provide punishment for the traitor, planning to continue the fight afterwards regardless of whether Goku is here or not. Nappa reluctantly agrees, much to the puzzlement of the remaining fighters, as Nappa is much larger in stature than the diminutive Vegeta. Goku, who had been flying down Snake Way for 2 straight days, finally reaches the end of the road. Kami appears to transport Goku back to Earth, and on his way to the battlefield, he receives 2 sensu beans from Korin, eats one of them himself to regain his strength, and rides the flying Nimbus towards the action to conserve energy. Unfortunately, the 3 hours are up before Goku can get there. The remaining fighters formulate a plan to weaken Nappa by grabbing his tail, as Goku had done with Raditz. This ultimately fails, when Nappa reveals that elite Saiyans have learned to overcome the weakness of the tail. He then hits Piccolo on the head when Piccolo learns that it is hopeless. Piccolo is rendered unconscious, and Nappa attacks Gohan and Krillin for a while. Piccolo regains consciousness and exclaims that Goku is coming. Vegeta's scouter picks up Goku's power level to be 5,000, which shocks the Saiyans. Vegeta knows that since the fighters have the ability to change their powers as they see fit, 5,000 is most likely the lowest power that Goku is exerting. Vegeta then orders Nappa to kill everyone before Goku arrives, as a team attack might prove to be a disadvantage. When Nappa argues about the Dragon Balls, Vegeta tells Nappa about the existence of Dragon Balls on Piccolo's home planet, Namek. Gohan urges Piccolo to escape, as his death would mean the end of the Dragon Balls on Earth, and subsequently kicks Nappa in the head, sending him crashing into a cliff wall. However, he only succeeds in making Nappa angrier. The enraged Nappa launches his powerful Bomber DX at Gohan, but before it hits, Piccolo jumps in the way and takes the blast full force, killing him. Before his death, Piccolo admits, with tears in his eyes, how he had enjoyed training with Gohan, and how his innocence made him soft, leading up to the events of him eventually sacrificing his life for the boy. Up above Earth, Kami vanishes as well. as his being is linked with Piccolo due to their history. Gohan's rage explodes as he fires his Masenko at Nappa, who blocks him. This surprises Vegeta, considering that Gohan's power level up from a low 981 to 2800. However, finishing the attack leaves Gohan helpless. Fortunately, Goku arrives just in time. Goku split up the remaining senzu beans and gives a piece each to Krillin and Gohan. Nappa asks Vegeta what his scouter says about Goku's power level. Vegeta responds that it's over 8,000, which, as you know, in the English dub, Ocean dub specifically, over 9,000 was what became popular in English. Vegeta destroys his scouter in a fit of rage. After realizing that everyone else is dead, Goku gets angry and begins fighting Nappa. Nappa is no match for Goku, and Vegeta orders him to back down. Nappa complies, but decides to take out Krillin and Gohan instead. Goku cannot catch up to Nappa and uses the Kaioken technique to ram into Nappa, breaking his back and rendering him useless. Goku throws Nappa at Vegeta's feet. When Krillin asks him what he did, Goku replies that Kaioken utilizes all the potential energy within him and multiplies his reflexes, his speed, senses, and power. However, Goku then comments that Kaioken's weakness is that it damages his body if it's multiplied to an extent he cannot handle, and this might even kill him by causing him to explode with the pressure. Nappa begs for mercy, but Vegeta throws him up into the air and destroys him with a single blast. Goku tells Gohan and Krillin to return to the Kame House, and they say their farewells as Vegeta then sets his sights on Goku. Goku tells Vegeta that he wants to fight elsewhere so as not to destroy the bodies of his friends. They head off to a desert while Gohan and Krillin fly back towards the Kame House. Vegeta implies that not many low-class warriors like Goku get to spar with the elite like Vegeta, but Goku replies that even a lower-class reject can surpass the elite if he tries hard enough. Goku and Vegeta begin to fight and appear to be evenly matched. Vegeta tells Goku to release his hidden power, to which Goku complies. He engages the Kaioken, however Vegeta manages to defend against it. Vegeta powers up a great deal himself and Goku uses the Kaioken times 2. However, he is still not a match for Vegeta. Finally, Goku concentrates all of his energy into a Kaioken times 3, raising his power level to over 24,000, which worries King Kai. In this form, Goku gains the upper hand and forces Vegeta to use one of his signature attacks. Flying straight up into the air, Vegeta powers up and unleashes his Gallic gun at Goku and the Earth. Unable to move for fear of letting the blast hit the Earth, Goku charges up to Kaioken times 3 and launches his own Kamehameha at Vegeta. The two blasts collide intensely, and Goku finally gains the upper hand by stepping up his Kaioken to times 4. The Kamehameha overpowers Vegeta, who goes flying into the air. However, this leaves Goku's body devastated. Yajirobe, who had been hiding nearby the entire time, comes out to congratulate Goku. However, when Goku says Vegeta is not defeated, he quickly hides again. Up in the air, Vegeta is enraged that Goku was able to surpass him and decides to transform into a great ape. However, he discovers that the moon is gone. He flies back down to the ground and creates a power ball that simulates a small moon at the cost of a significant amount of ki. Vegeta then transforms into a great ape. However, unlike Goku or Gohan, he is able to remain in control of his body. Vegeta states that when a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, it multiplies their power tenfold, and thus attacks Goku mercilessly. During this time, a shocked Goku has an extended flashback of his adoptive grandfather, warning him of a monster outside during a full moon. Kami, contemplating cutting his tail off, and finally remembers himself as a great ape destroying both Emperor Pilov's castle and the stadium at the World Martial Arts Tournament, realizing that he was the one who had destroyed both and crushed his grandpa to death. Goku manages to blind Vegeta with a solar flare, and then attempts to create a spirit bomb. However, Vegeta discovers it and shoots a mouth blast at him, causing him to lose most of the spirit bomb energy. Then, he crushes Goku's legs, leaving him paralyzed and unable to fight, and proceeds to crush him in his gigantic hands. Goku and Krillin notice the strange power ball and rush back to aid Goku. Upon arriving, Gohan distracts Vegeta, while Krillin uses his Destructo Disc to try and cut off Vegeta's tail. Vegeta senses the attack and dodges it. Yajirobe, however, proves himself to be useful by cutting off Vegeta's tail himself. Vegeta reverts to normal and is obviously upset. Vegeta decides to attack Gohan, but Krillin intervenes and is quickly disposed of. Goku calls Krillin over to him and tells Gohan to fight Vegeta. Gohan holds his own, but is clearly outclassed. Goku hands off the remaining energy he gathered in forming the spirit bomb to Krillin, and King Kai tells him to telepathically throw the spirit bomb at Vegeta when the moment is right. Vegeta backs Gohan into a corner and Krillin is about to throw it. However, Yajirobe yells at Krillin for waiting for so long. Vegeta hears this and manages to avoid the spirit bomb, and it heads right towards Gohan. Goku telepathically yells for Gohan to bounce it off of him, since the ball can't hurt him because he's pure of heart. Gohan succeeds and sends the ball hurling back at Vegeta, who, having just evaded it once, has no time to react a second time. The ball hits him squarely and he is sent back into the air again. Gohan and Krillin gather around the paralyzed Goku. Suddenly, Vegeta's body falls from the sky. Krillin comments that he's dead, although Vegeta is indeed still alive, albeit with greatly diminished power. Vegeta attempts to defeat everyone with a giant energy explosion, but it does little. It only leaves him drained. He goes after Gohan when he realizes to his horror that Gohan's tail has grown back. Fearing what would happen if Gohan were to look at the power ball he created, Vegeta attempts to kill Gohan. Yajirobe attacks the Saiyans with his sword, but only to distract Vegeta for a moment, and Vegeta lashes out at the cowardly Yajirobe, knocking him into some mountains. Goku telepathically tells Gohan to look at the sky, which Gohan does, much to Vegeta's dismay. Gohan transforms into a great ape, and while initially attacking everything, begins to concentrate only on Vegeta with his father's voice. After a beating from Great Ape Gohan, Vegeta manages to cut off Gohan's tail with a Destructo Disc. However, he has no energy left to move out of the way of the de-transforming ape and is crushed by Gohan. When the dust clears, Krillin is the only one capable of moving. He grabs Yajirobe's katana that he dropped earlier and staggers over to Vegeta, determined to stop him and put him down. Barely alive, Vegeta calls for his ship using a control remote. However, Krillin gets to him before it arrives. Krillin is just about to kill Vegeta when Goku telepathically tells Krillin to spare him. In an emotional scene, Goku convinces Krillin to let Vegeta live because he had never fought someone so strong, and this made him more excited than scared. Because of this, Goku desires to have a rematch with him someday. He also expresses a belief that Vegeta may learn mercy and reform just as Piccolo did. Though understandably skeptical, Krillin ultimately decides to trust Goku's judgment and lets Vegeta go. Vegeta vows to make Goku regret sparing him before he departs. After the epic battle with the Saiyans, and as Krillin limps back toward Goku, a ship arrives with Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and Korin. Chi-Chi, unconcerned about the fate of her paralyzed husband due to her thinking all of this was his idea, only cares about Gohan, who, in comparison, is faring much better. Goku is carried into the ship, and the group somberly heads off to gather the bodies of those who died. After doing so, Krillin comments on it being possible to revive everyone with another set of Dragon Balls on the planet Namek, Piccolo's home planet. However, King Kai informs them a cataclysm had occurred there long ago, and now there were only about 100 Namekians left in total. Bulma determines that it is possible to use engines from one of the Saiyan spacecrafts to travel to the planet, but in an attempt to bring the spacebot to them, she blew it up. It seemed as if all hope was lost, until Mr. Popo appeared and said Kami had told him of a ship that might be able to take them to Namek. It was used by Kami long ago to escape the cataclysm on Namek, only he doesn't quite remember it happening. Mr. Popo and Bulma go and check it out, and they realize that it is indeed capable of the trip. They make their way back to the hospital and find that Krillin and Gohan are willing to go, despite Chi-Chi not wanting Gohan to go. So, after a short trip to Kame House, Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin set off to a trip to Namek. They suffer some delays on their way, including finding an invisible spaceship full of orphaned kids and getting stuck on a fake Namek. Meanwhile, Vegeta, after being seriously injured in his fight with Goku and the others, returns to planet Frieza 79 to regenerate himself using a special medical machine. Does that mean there's 79 planets that are conquered by Frieza? I guess that would make sense. Frieza is a dictator, a warlord, a space dictator. After fully recovering, Vegeta feels stronger than ever, as Saiyans have the unusual ability to reach higher power levels after healing from near-death experiences. His self-proclaimed rival, Kui, informs Vegeta that his former boss, Frieza, was initially angry at Vegeta going to Earth and violating orders, but decided to forgive him when he overheard the conversation between him and Nappa about the Dragon Balls on Namek. Scouters also serve as a transmitter which Frieza used to overhear this conversation. Furious about the consequences of Frieza being immortal, Vegeta rushes to Namek himself, now openly declaring himself an enemy of Frieza. Soon, Frieza, Vegeta, and our heroes all arrive on Namek with the 7 Dragon Balls on their minds. There is 1 Dragon Ball per Namekian village, each protected by the village elder. Obtaining them proves all too easy for Frieza, who, with the help of his 2 top henchmen, Dodoria and Zarbon, bag of 4 balls. As they go from one Namekian village to another, Zarbon and Dodoria butcher the Namekians until they locate the Dragon Ball. Kui has also followed Vegeta to Namek and searches the planet for his rival. Kui, still thinking that Vegeta's power rivaled his own, about 18,000 followed Vegeta to Namek and tries to wipe out Vegeta on orders from Frieza. However, Vegeta shows Kui his true strength before eliminating him. Vegeta's power, which had risen from 18,000 to 24,000 because of his near-death confrontation on Earth, is noted by Zarbon and Dodoria, who were following his battle with their scouters. Back on Earth, Yajirobe visits Goku in the hospital and gives him a senzu bean, instantly healing Goku and restoring his strength. Goku immediately flies off, surprising all the doctors and nurses with his speedy recovery. Goku then goes to Capsule Corp to find Dr. Brief has built a special ship from parts of the Saiyan spaceship he traveled in when he was a baby. He is also able to train at various levels of gravity from 20 to 100 times Earth's gravity using an anti-gravity machine that Dr. Brief built at Goku's request. Knowing that his friends are in danger and wasting no more time, Goku then takes off for Namek to set things straight and hoping to arrive in 6 days. During this time, Frieza locates another Namekian village in order to obtain its Dragon Ball. Gohan and Krillin watch with horror as the entire village is slaughtered easily by Zarbon and Dodoria, except for one remaining Namekian child, Dende. After all the Namekian warriors, elderly and children have been eliminated, Mori, the village leader, then manages to destroy all the scouters used by Frieza and his crew. Knowing that they cannot locate Namekian battle powers anymore and will not be able to track down the remaining Dragon Balls. However, after Mori is also executed, and as Dodoria is about to kill Dende, Gohan interrupts in a fit of rage. He kicks Dodoria into a wall and runs away with the Namekian child and Krillin. Dodoria is ordered to pursue the fleeing heroes. After blasting the entire area, Dodoria assumes he has exterminated them and turns back in order to return to Frieza. However, as Dodoria is trying to find the Namekian village, he is confronted by Vegeta, whose increased strength allows him to easily hold a grip on Dodoria. In a desperate attempt to save his life, Dodoria tells Vegeta about the Saiyan planet and its destruction in exchange for Vegeta's promise to spare his life. Vegeta releases Dodoria from his grip, and then Dodoria explains that Frieza lied about planet Vegeta being destroyed. He tells that the Saiyans were getting stronger, and Frieza thought it was only a matter of time before they could stand up to him. So he decided to destroy planet Vegeta and the Saiyan race. Before that, he sent Vegeta to another planet, saying that Vegeta was powerful and still useful. Vegeta then scoffs, saying that he never cared about his family or planet Vegeta, and executes Dodoria ruthlessly. Vegeta is overjoyed at recent events. He knows that without scouters, Frieza will have a much harder time finding Namekian villages. Vegeta then rushes to a Namekian village with his newly acquired skills from Earth, the ability to detect ki, and the ability to hide his power as he sees fit. After Vegeta locates a village that had not yet been raided by Frieza and his henchmen, he is able to obtain a Dragon Ball after slaughtering all of the villagers himself. After clever thinking, Vegeta throws the Dragon Ball underwater, intending to come back for it later. As long as Frieza is unable to obtain one Dragon Ball, he will not be able to summon the dragon. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin bring the young Namekian Dende to their hiding spot. Bulma awaits them in a Capsule Corp house and is surprised to see Dende. After a meal, Dende explains to them that there is a Dragon Ball kept safe with Grand Elder Guru. However, Guru is far away and it would take quite some time to get to him, even if they flew there. Krillin takes a big chance and goes alone with Dende in order to retrieve the Dragon Ball from Guru. This leaves Gohan to temporarily fend for himself. Meanwhile, Vegeta suspects that the Earthlings are also on Namek because Dodoria has told him about them prior to being slain. Zarbon, meanwhile, is waiting for Dodoria's return and remarks that Dodoria should have been back. Dodoria has not returned and Frieza becomes impatient. He demands that Zarbon and Apul search planet Namek for more villages. He has grown impatient and wants the Dragon Balls, so his wish for immortality can come true. Zarbon is sent to locate another Namekian village. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu have all arrived at King Kai's planet for special training. Supposedly the same training that Goku received prior, but tougher. They telepathically communicate with Goku to tell him of their arrival Goku tells them, don't worry about it, you guys are trash. No, I'm just kidding. Goku tells them that the situation is worse as there's even more evil warriors on Namek, more powerful than Vegeta. King Kai suspects that something is wrong and checks to see that Frieza is truly on Namek. He then proceeds to warn Goku to never go near Frieza, fearfully telling him that Frieza is the most powerful entity in their quadrant of the universe. Vegeta, meanwhile, detects a powerful force which is revealed to be Zarbon. After both of them wage war for a few minutes, Vegeta once again easily dominating his opponent, Zarbon warns Vegeta of his ability to transform. Vegeta welcomes this challenge, not fully comprehending its consequences. Zarbon transforms into a hideous reptilian beast, completely surprising Vegeta and showing off his true power. He then proceeds to tear into Vegeta, easily beating him to a pulp with a combination of roundhouse kicks, headbutts, and a devastating pile driver, leaving him for dead. After Vegeta is tossed into the water, Zarbon decides to return to the ship in order to report to Frieza. Once Zarbon returns to Frieza with his news of victory, he has given orders to bring Vegeta back in order to rejuvenate his energy for interrogation. Apparently, Vegeta had hidden a Dragon Ball, and Frieza needed to squeeze the information out of him. Zarbon locates Vegeta's battered body and brings him to Frieza's spaceship. There, he orders Uub to watch over the injured prince. However, once Vegeta is healed, he blasts through the medical machine tank, killing Uub in the process. He also blasts a hole through Frieza's quarters in his spaceship, managing to toss out the Dragon Balls and fooling Frieza and Zarbon into thinking he escaped while he is actually hiding inside the spaceship. When Zarbon attempts to search for Vegeta, he takes the opportunity to fly off. An extremely angry Frieza orders Zarbon to retrieve Vegeta immediately in an hour or face severe punishment. Meanwhile, Krillin is taken to Guru, the eldest and leader of the Namekians, who is very ill. It is revealed that if Guru dies, then the Namekian Dragon Balls will be gone forever, therefore threatening the revival of Yamcha, Piccolo, Tien, and Chiaotzu. To make things worse, Guru states that he does not have much time to live. When Guru puts his hands on Krillin, he realizes that he is good at heart and gives him a Dragon Ball to prevent Frieza and Vegeta from getting their wish, at the very least. He also summons energy and awakens the hidden potential within Krillin, increasing his battle power significantly. Bulma notices that the Dragon Radar is picking up a solitary Dragon Ball in an isolated place, where Vegeta hid it earlier underwater and has Gohan go retrieve it. However, while returning to Bulma, Krillin's huge power unfortunately attracts Vegeta, who also notices that Krillin has a Dragon Ball. Zarbon also sees Vegeta in the distance and follows him. Vegeta arrives as Krillin and Bulma become frightened. Zarbon arrives, demanding that they hand over the Dragon Ball. Bulma quickly finds herself attracted to Zarbon's appearance. However, Zarbon and Vegeta collide in a fearsome clash, and Zarbon is forced to transform once again in order to take down Vegeta, leaving Krillin and Bulma to watch in horror. Since a Saiyan's power grows after every brutally grueling near-death battle, Vegeta is able to execute Zarbon in his transformed state by ramming his fists clean through Zarbon's stomach and blasting him into the sky, sending him to a watery grave in the Namekian Sea. He then takes Krillin's Dragon Ball and spares the two in his moment of joy, believing that he now has all 7 Dragon Balls. As he goes to pick up the Dragon Balls in the lake, he runs into Gohan, who appears to fool Vegeta and come with the Dragon Ball still in his possession. As Gohan returns, Krillin suggests that they move to a safer location and lower their power in order to avoid being detected by Vegeta. Now we move on to the Ginyu Saga, one of my personal favorites. An extremely angry Vegeta, learning that the Dragon Ball was taken from its hiding spot by Gohan, rushes to the old meeting ground, only to discover nobody is there. He then gathers all 6 Dragon Balls and guards them, while also trying to pick up any trace of Gohan and Krillin's ki. He knows he cannot face Frieza just yet since Frieza's power is enormously higher. The best he can do is wait it out until he is able to detect Krillin and Gohan in order to acquire their Dragon Ball. Upon learning of Zarbon's demise, and realizing that Vegeta was more than he bargained for, Frieza decides to summon the elite mercenary fighting team known as the Ginyu Force to find the Dragon Balls and take care of anyone that gets in their way. The Ginyu Force is summoned and they depart for planet Namek. Frieza's lazy as hell, man. Like, why doesn't he just do it himself? He can obviously kill every single person on that planet easily enough if he just wasn't so lazy. Anyway, meanwhile on Namek, Krillin takes Gohan to have his hidden powers unlocked by Guru. Knowing that his huge potential would fend off Vegeta, would help fend off Vegeta. On the way, they are detected and confronted by Vegeta, who tells them that his wish of immortality is the only way of defeating the Ginyu Force. 5 enormous evil ki that have just arrived on the planet. Our heroes reluctantly agree after Nail tells them that 3 wishes can be granted by the Dragon Balls, allowing everyone to have their wish granted. Ultimately, though, it is too late as the Ginyu Force arrives just in time for the Dragon Balls. They retrieve the 7 balls and Captain Ginyu flies off to give them to Frieza, leaving the rest of the team to deal with Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. First up is Guldo, who has the ability to freeze time by holding his breath. Although Vegeta warns Krillin and Gohan beforehand about his abilities, they still become backed in a corner and Vegeta is forced to step in and kill Guldo by beheading him and blowing him up. Meanwhile, Ginyu delivers the Dragon Balls to Frieza, who makes his wish for immortality, but to no avail. Frieza suddenly remembers a Namekian elder who willingly gave up his Dragon Ball, but told him that he would never be able to make his wish, and realizes the elder was right all along. Frieza sends his guru and Dende from afar and departs to find and interrogate them on how to use the Dragon Balls, while Ginyu remains behind to guard the Dragon Balls and bring Frieza's men up to shape. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, next is the hulking brute Recoome. Vegeta decides to fight him alone. Throughout this battle, Vegeta has his ups and downs, sometimes even surprising Recoome. During most of the battle, though, Recoome has the upper hand. Vegeta wastes more energy and stamina than actually doing damage and is beaten severely. Although Vegeta gives everything he has, Recoome is left nearly unscathed, although his armor is burnt off. Krillin and Gohan save Vegeta from Recoome's eraser gun, but Recoome easily confronts Krillin and kicks him hard, crippling him. Gohan, furious because Krillin has been hurt, begins to fight Recoome head on. He puts up more of a battle, but does not do any damage to Recoome. When Recoome jumps in the air, breaking Gohan's neck and spine, he is left on the brink of death. A Capsule Corporation spaceship, meanwhile, is seen landing on the planet. The warriors are unaware of who has arrived. Goku finally has arrived on Namek and gives Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta the remaining senzu beans. Gohan and Krillin are shocked when Goku helps their once enemy Vegeta. Goku then effortlessly defeats the powerful Recoome in one blow to the midsection, thanks to his training in the ship. Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta all marvel at Goku's extreme power. Birder and Jace get cocky and believe it was a lucky shot, as the scouter registered Goku as being at a battle power level of 5,000. However, when Birder and Jace attack Goku, he does not seem at all concerned with the 2 deadly members of the Ginyu Force. The remaining members of the Ginyu Force are stunned at Goku's abilities, while Vegeta is the only one that senses something has changed in Goku and wonders if Goku has become a legendary Super Saiyan. And now we will move on to the Captain Ginyu Saga. Captain Ginyu. We'll start with Goku facing Burter and Chase. Burter and Chase continue their losing battle against Goku. After dodging all their attacks with little to no effort, he is able to sneak up behind Burter, who prides himself to be the fastest being in the universe. Outraged, Burter charges at Goku with an all-out offensive, with Chase soon joining in. Goku easily dodges their hits and with little effort knocks Burter out, but does not kill him, leaving Chase the only member left standing. A merciful Goku tells Chase that he should leave the planet rather than stay there. Chase decides to take the offer and leaves the battlefield, leaving his comrades behind. Vegeta does not hesitate to kill Burter by crushing his neck, then killing Raccoon by blasting him to bits. Vegeta tells Goku that he is too soft to actually be a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Chase arrives to Frieza's spaceship and tells Captain Ginyu of all their loss. Captain Ginyu, angered over the death of his men, flies to the battlefield to exact revenge, with Chase coming along. Back at the battlefield, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin discuss what they are to do next. Although Vegeta is concerned that Frieza has made his wish, Krillin points out that Frieza has not, because the sky would otherwise have turned black when the dragon would have been summoned. They then sense that Frieza's ki is approaching Grand Elder Guru's place, which confirms Goku's suspicions that they do need a password to summon the Namekian dragon. They have little time to act as Captain Ginyu and Chase arrive. Goku tells Gohan and Krillin to leave, get the Dragon Radar from Bulma, and find the Dragon Balls. Captain Ginyu then sees that Goku's power rating is 5,000. He knows that Goku is hiding his true power, which he believes to be around 60,000, 90,000 to be precise. The battle against the Ginyu Force soon commences. Goku and Vegeta versus Captain Ginyu and Chase. Vegeta, however, flees the scene, leaving Goku to fend for himself. Captain Ginyu attacks an unguarded Goku and elbows him straight in the face. The fight then commences with both equally matched, though are still hiding the bulk of their power, which Captain Ginyu wants to expose out of Goku. But Goku is reluctant to do so. When they paused for a second, Captain Ginyu formally introduces himself with a pose. Goku then replicates the pose and says that it is a silly waste of time. Captain Ginyu gets mad at Goku for saying that and continues the fight. Meanwhile, Vegeta flies over to Frieza's spaceship first and kills all of Frieza's men that were guarding the ship, but fails to find the Dragon Balls, which Frieza's men have hidden in a hole they dug earlier. As he cleans himself up, he decides to wait for someone to uncover the balls, kill them, and then make his wish. Back at the battlefield, Captain Ginyu and Goku still seem evenly matched. This is until Chase fires an attack at Goku. Goku easily dodges, but leaves himself open to be caught by Captain Ginyu in a full Nelson. Chase urges Captain Ginyu to break his back, but Captain Ginyu lets Goku go. Captain Ginyu then threatens Chase with death if he interferes again. Captain Ginyu then tells Goku that he wants to see his perfect power. Goku decides to and does the Kaioken. Captain Ginyu is shocked to find that Goku's power is 180,000. Captain Ginyu's maximum is 120,000. Captain Ginyu then questions whether Goku can truly be a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Frieza finally arrives to Guru's place with Nail waiting for him. Nail refuses to talk about the password. All of a sudden, 3 Namekian Namekian warriors arrive to fight Frieza. Nail tells them to leave, but they refuse. Frieza then kills all three of them with ease. Nail then fights Frieza in a remote location. It is obvious Nail has no chance against Frieza, but he must stall for time in order for Dende to deliver the password to the others. Knowing now that he cannot defeat Goku himself, Captain Ginyu resorts to trickery. Ginyu immediately drives his fist into his chest, severely wounding himself. A confused Goku can only watch as Ginyu suddenly shoots a beam from his mouth. Upon impact, the beam sends Goku's consciousness into Ginyu's body and vice versa. Captain Ginyu has used his body change, switching bodies with Goku. Ginyu and Jace leave for Frieza's ship, while in the process leaving Goku to die in Ginyu's wounded body. Krillin and Gohan arrive at Frieza's spaceship, much to Vegeta's chagrin, who cannot bring himself to kill them now. To locate the Dragon Balls and summon the Namekian Dragon Barunga, but nothing happens. Gohan and Krillin sense someone coming and hide. Jace and Captain Ginyu in Goku's body arrive at Frieza's ship and wonder who dug up the Dragon Balls. Krillin mistakenly goes off to greet Goku, and he soon realizes this is not the Goku that he knows. Goku in Ginyu's body then arrives and implores Krillin and Gohan to fight back. Krillin and Gohan then face off against Captain Ginyu while Vegeta witnesses the battle. After a brief fighting, Captain Ginyu states that his fighting power should be around 180,000, which stuns Krillin and Gohan as he begins to power up. After reaching full power, Captain Ginyu asks Jace what his exact power level is, to which Jace responds as 23,000, to which surprises Captain Ginyu. Goku then states that Ginyu does not know how to utilize the power in Goku's body, and that he cannot focus by using his mind. After seeing their opportunity, Gohan and Krillin are able to lay several effective blows to Captain Ginyu, which causes Captain Ginyu to call in his backup partner, Jace. As Jace prepares to enter the battle, he is confronted by Vegeta, who then challenges him. Meanwhile, Nail is having difficulties of his own as he challenges Frieza, who leaves him on the brink of death. Back on the battlefield, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan then challenge Captain Ginyu as a team, who manage to outclass him a little. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Jace are battling it out in Frieza's spaceship, until Jace's anger gets the best of him, in which he bursts out of Frieza's spaceship. Within a matter of seconds, Jace is destroyed by Vegeta with a genocide breaker. After beating Jace, Vegeta then states that he is the legendary Super Saiyan, which Captain Ginyu refuses to believe, as he states that Vegeta is not a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, angry at this comment, then attacks Ginyu in an all-out assault, and with a series of powerful blows, is able to bring the captain down with his Saiyan strength. As Vegeta prepares to destroy Ginyu, Ginyu then plays his trump card as he prepares to switch bodies with Vegeta. After realizing what Ginyu is planning, Goku sees his opportunity and is able in the nick of time to finally get his body back, although he is left severely wounded as a result of Vegeta's previous beating. After returning to their initial bodies, Ginyu prepares to make one last attempt to switch bodies again with Vegeta, and he once again uses his body change technique. Vegeta then rushes full speed to him, and at the last minute teleports in front of him, tricking Captain Ginyu, and lands a series of powerful attacks to Captain Ginyu, wounding him greatly. Attack after attack, Vegeta has the upper hand, until Ginyu finally sees a chance to switch bodies with him. Ginyu almost succeeds, although Goku sees a Namekian frog, catches it, and throws it into the air, directly in the path of the beam of light. After a few minutes, the result leaves Captain Ginyu in the body of the frog. Vegeta attempts to crush the frog, but chooses not to, as he does not want to dirty his shoes, and since Ginyu's fate is much worse than death itself. Vegeta then states that now would be a good time to destroy Goku's team, but Goku, however, sees through Vegeta's farce, knowing that he will need their help to defeat Frieza and make his wish with the Dragon Balls. Vegeta takes Goku inside Frieza's spaceship and places him in a rejuvenation tank, while providing Gohan and Krillin with battle armor. Krillin then decides to take a rather risky trip to see Guru and get the password from him. And now, we move on to the Frieza Saga. With the fate of Namek at stake, Grand Elder Guru sends the young Namekian Dende to give the most important information to Krillin and Gohan about how to summon Porunga, the Namekian dragon. As Dende finally reaches Krillin with the important message, they take the Dragon Balls from a sleeping Vegeta and head away from Frieza's spaceship. Dende summons Porunga by speaking the Namekian language. Meanwhile, back on Frieza's ship, Vegeta awakens, suddenly sensing Frieza's approaching power level, and to see that the dragon had already been summoned. Gohan, Krillin, and Dende set out to make their wish, which is to revive Yamcha, Tien, Jiaozu, and Piccolo. The dragon informs them that he can only wish back one person at a time. With King Kai's help, Piccolo communicates telepathically to Gohan and asks him to restore his life. His reasoning is that if he is resurrected, Kami will return to Earth, and that will also bring back Earth's Dragon Balls, in effect allowing for the others to be revived with a wish. Piccolo asks for a second wish to teleport him to Namek, wanting to exact his revenge on Frieza for killing his people, despite King Kai's objections. Gohan, Krillin, and Dende agree to this and make the wishes. Vegeta arrives at the scene after the second wish is made, since the two wishes have already been used to bring Piccolo back to life and then to Namek. Vegeta wants to save the last wish for eternal life for himself. Just as Dende asks the dragon, Guru dies and the Dragon Balls turn to stone. Vegeta's wish is not granted, but worse yet, Frieza has arrived and is extremely angry that the Dragon Balls have already been used. Vegeta fights his former boss, gloating that he has become a Super Saiyan, but as Frieza shockingly realizes they are somewhat evenly matched, Vegeta abruptly tells him to transform and reveal his true strength. Frieza amusingly wonders how Vegeta knows this, and Vegeta tells him Zarbon spilled it out before. Frieza transforms into his second form, one that is even stronger than before, claiming that his power level has risen over 1,000,000. Frieza tells them that while most transform to increase their battle power, he does it to decrease his power because it is so enormous, it's hard to control himself. Vegeta, realizing that he underestimated Frieza's strength, is shocked. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who has just teleported to Namek by a wish, senses the fighting and heads to the battlefield. Along the way, he sees the dying Nail, who informs him on what was happening. He also requests that Piccolo fuse with him to be more of a challenge to Frieza. At first, Piccolo is reluctant, but after Nail assures him that his personality will not change by fusing, Piccolo decides to accept, increasing his strength and speed tremendously. Back on the battlefield, Frieza's new power level is said by him to be over 1,000,000. He also tells Vegeta about the destruction of the planet Vegeta and his father. Vegeta simply scoffs at this, saying that he has surpassed his father when he was a child. After fully transforming, he impales, and that is Frieza. After Frieza fully transformed, he impales Krillin with his horns, who is trying to protect Dende, and tosses him to the sea. Gohan tries to save him, but when Frieza stops him, an incredibly angry Gohan easily beats down Frieza and pummels him with many ki blasts. That's because Gohan gets angry and his strength increases, of course. Gohan's not actually able to beat up Frieza. But I digress. The Despite Vegeta's shocked reaction, the attack is not enough, and Frieza recovers with little damage done. Luckily, Dende rescued Krillin out of the sea, telling Gohan that he is still alive. Angry that he was actually hurt by the attack, Frieza then easily pounds Gohan, hurting him severely. Vegeta tries to attack when Frieza's back is turned, but is completely ineffective, and Gohan is left almost dead. Gohan is saved when Krillin launches a Destructo Disc at Frieza and cuts off his tail. Dende then uses this time to heal Gohan as Vegeta watches. It was revealed that Dende was the one who plucked Krillin out of the sea and healed him. Krillin continues to distract Frieza using many evasive maneuvers such as Solar Flare. Soon Gohan is healed and now stronger than ever due to his Saiyan genes. The Zenkai boost. Just then Piccolo arrives claiming that he can beat Frieza. Vegeta scoffs at Piccolo, claiming that reviving him was a waste of a wish. However, this turns to shock for Vegeta that Namekian, who was easily killed by Nappa, has become powerful enough to challenge Frieza. The fight begins as Piccolo remains confident that he can take Frieza down. Thanks to his fusion with Nail, his power is slightly higher than that of Frieza's. Through much of the battle, Piccolo has the upper hand, but Frieza transforms again into his third stage, earning yet another power increase. Piccolo, still confident that his speed is greater than Frieza's, is quickly proved wrong when Frieza grossly outstrips him in both power and speed, and subsequently launches finger blasts at him that are too fast for him to dodge, as he is unable to even see the blasts. Soon, Piccolo is severely wounded and helpless against Frieza. Gohan, furious at the torture that Piccolo is receiving, explodes in a bout of rage, revealing his hidden powers as he once again takes on Frieza. Gohan then launches a Wild Rush blaster that proves to be challenging for Frieza until he deflects it back. Luckily, Piccolo saves Gohan in the nick of time with a blast. Frieza realizes that Gohan is a Saiyan and that he and Vegeta are constantly getting stronger. He then decides to transform into his final and strongest form, his original being. Vegeta comes up with the idea for Krillin to blast him to near death and for Dende to heal him afterwards, increasing his power enough to become a Super Saiyan. Although Krillin is highly reluctant at first, he blasts Vegeta in the stomach, piercing through him. Because of Saiyan heritage, recovery from a near-death experience causes Vegeta to increase in strength significantly. While Frieza transforms, Dende heals Piccolo and reluctantly heals Vegeta. Vegeta becomes confident that he has become a Super Saiyan. Frieza sees how everyone was defying death using Dende's healing, so he takes to the root of the problem. After transforming, he kills Dende with a death beam, meaning the fighters will have no more chances to be healed. He tries to blast Gohan as well, but Vegeta quickly saves him. A confident Vegeta decides to commence battle with Frieza and his newfound power. To his horror, no matter what Vegeta does, he is no match, and Frieza still has the upper hand throughout the whole battle. Vegeta actually sheds a tear in frustration when he realizes that the situation is hopeless. Because he drops all his defenses in desperation, Frieza batters him mercilessly to the brink of death. Goku, still in the medical machine, awakens and realizes what is taking place, and quickly rushes off to save his comrades. As Goku arrives, Vegeta swallows his pride and tells Frieza that Goku is the legendary Super Saiyan that will kill Frieza. Frieza gets angry and blasts a hole using his death beam through Vegeta's heart. Before his death with tears in his eyes, he tells Goku the truth of Planet Vegeta's destruction, how every Saiyan was forced to serve Frieza before most of them were killed, how Frieza took Vegeta from his father when he was a child and threatened to kill him unless he followed orders, how Frieza killed the king along with Goku's parents and the Saiyan race. In his last breath, Vegeta asks Goku to take vengeance for all Saiyans, and Goku then buries Vegeta. Fueled with rage at Vegeta's death, Goku honors Vegeta's request to take vengeance for planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan race, and begins to fight Frieza. The battle between Frieza and Goku begins. They seem perfectly equivalent for some time in terms of strength and speed. During the match, Goku seems to have more clever ideas on how to fight and tricks Frieza several times. Goku used to his advantage the fact that Frieza needs to see his opponent and is unable to feel their energy. While Goku was underwater during one attack, he used a Kamehameha wave as torpedoes to trick Frieza. Frieza then revealed that he was only using about a fraction of his power, and that he'll power up to 50%, which turns the tables in Frieza's favor. At Kaioken times 10, Goku was being brutally beaten. Frieza claimed he allowed Goku to think he had a chance, and he even offered for Goku to replace Ginyu as his bodyguard. Goku refused, but after one rigorous attack after another, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and even King Kai began to see the situation as hopeless. Goku tries to raise his power using the Kaioken times 20 and shoot a Kaioken Kamehameha at Frieza, but it only leaves Frieza's hands burnt, while the attack left Goku completely drained. Having no choice, Goku prepares the Spirit Bomb in desperation. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin step in and try to hold off Frieza while Goku gathers energy for the attack. Once the Spirit Bomb is finally unleashed upon Frieza, it does significant damage to him, causing the Z Warriors to believe Frieza was finished off. Krillin and Gohan take Goku and Piccolo away from the damage. A few minutes of celebration was soon turned into a horrid sight once Krillin saw Frieza furiously standing on top of a rock. Enraged and surprised that Goku had such ability for a Saiyan, Frieza lashes out against the warriors. He first decides to kill Goku as he fires a death beam at the exhausted Saiyan. Piccolo jumps in the way of the blast and saves his life. Though it does not kill him, Piccolo is hurt very badly and falls to the ground unconscious. Enraging Goku next, Frieza kills Krillin by making his whole body explode in the air. Seeing his best friend killed causes Goku to erupt with even more rage. In a display of gathering energy, the angry Goku pulls out his strongest emotions ever before reached. His hair turns spikier and golden, and his eyes turn green. He is now a Super Saiyan, a legendary class of Saiyan, with his power tremendously increased. He tells Gohan to take Piccolo and retrieve Bulma, and take them to the ship that he traveled in, and use it to head back to Earth, and get as far from Namek as possible. Super Saiyan Goku and Frieza begin to fight, and Goku toys with him and starts treating him as if he was a rag doll. With no other options, Frieza decides that if he cannot beat Goku, then he'll blow up Namek instead. He throws a ball of energy towards the planet's core, hoping to destroy the planet. However, Frieza realizes he has held back too much power, and the planet only begins to crumble. Frieza then claims it will explode in a few minutes and reveals that he can breathe in space. As the battle rages on, Frieza decides to use 100% of his full power. Though this significantly increases his power level and allows Frieza to gain the upper hand on Goku for a time, the damage incurred in these previous levels causes him to lose that power radically after a short bout. Goku realizes this and uses it to his advantage to take down the mighty tyrant. Back on Earth, Kami and Mr. Bobo gathered all the Dragon Balls, which joys the Z-Fighters and King Kai's place, as it means Piccolo is still alive. And with King Kai's help, they devise a plan to bring back all who were killed by Frieza and his army. Since the wish brings back Guru, who was killed by the grief of Frieza's killings, King Kai telepathically asks him to wish all of those on Namek except for Frieza back to Earth with Porunga, who still has one wish remaining. intercepts their telepathic communication and requests that he be left behind on Namek as well to ensure Frieza's truly destroyed, and King Kai and Guru reluctantly give in. King Kai notices that Super Saiyan Goku is no longer the Goku they used to know. He is now only acting on blind Saiyan instincts. Vegeta, who has also been resurrected as well by the wish, is surprised to see that Goku has become a Super Saiyan just before he is teleported off of Namek. With the entire planet empty except Goku and Frieza, they take the battle around the crumbling planet. Soon, Goku notices that Frieza is losing stamina too much to be a match for him. He then stops that fight and begins to leave, telling Frieza to train and come back for a rematch. Enraged, Frieza decides to release a death saucer that he can direct to attack Goku. Goku easily outmaneuvers his attack. Frieza realizes that one is not enough and releases another death disc, attempting to outsmart Goku. Goku maneuvers at the last minute, blasting into the ground, creating a blinding blanket of dust. Frieza is unable to detect energy without physically seeing it, so one makes its way to cut Frieza in half. Goku tries to warn him, but he is chopped into 4 pieces by the disc. As he is dying, Frieza begs Goku not to leave him like this. Goku cannot stand seeing a life, even one as evil as Frieza's, suffer in such a painful and humiliating manner. Eventually, Goku takes pity on the pathetic tyrant and gives him some of his energy. Frieza then explains that there is no way Goku is going to live, as the planet is about to explode and his ship is in no working condition. As Goku leaves, Frieza makes one final attempt to kill him, using the energy given to him to throw a wave of energy at him. Goku pushes the blast back at Frieza with his own energy blast and flies away. Knowing he will not reach his own ship in time, Goku searches for Frieza. Frieza and finds it in a crater. Goku, frustrated and desperate, realizes that he will not make it off of Namek as he watches its wreckage plummet into a lava-filled chasm. Seconds later, Goku screams in agony and rage as planet Namek disappears from the universe in a colossal, blinding explosion. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dende heals Piccolo and realizes that he has merged with Nail. The Namekian Dragon Balls follow Guru to Earth, evading the explosion. As Guru is dying, once more he transfers his role as senior elder to Mori, a trusted Namekian village leader. So the Dragon Balls will not die with him, leading to a tearful and emotional goodbye. Dende also informs Gohan that the Namekian Dragon Balls can also resurrect a deceased person more than once. This is good news, since it would mean that they could resurrect Krillin, Chaozu, and Goku, who had been killed before. Everyone is thrilled until King Kai reminds them that Krillin and Goku cannot be resurrected because the planet they died on was destroyed, and if wished back, they would only appear in empty space and immediately die again from lack of air. However, Vegeta suggests that they use a wish to transport their remains to Earth first. Although he's only doing this because he wants Goku to show him how to become a Super Saiyan. 130 days later, one Namek year, the Namekian Dragon Balls are able to be used again. They are used first to transport Goku and Krillin's remains to Earth. However, Porunga reveals that he is unable to transport Goku's remains because he is not actually dead. After the second wish is used to bring Krillin back, the final wish is made to bring Goku to Earth, but Porunga then informs them that Goku refuses to come back and will return later by himself. Master Roshi thinks that Goku is afraid of seeing Chi-Chi again, and Chi-Chi brings out a sword, making Master Roshi nervous. This leaves our heroes greatly perplexed, but arrive at the conclusion that Goku is coming home either way, and they accept his absence. All, that is, except Vegeta, who leaves in a spaceship to search the universe for Goku and the key to becoming a Super Saiyan. With one wish remaining, it is used to resurrect Yamcha. Another 130 days later, the Namekian Dragon Balls are ready again. The The first two wishes are used to resurrect Tien and Chiaotzu, and the final wish is to transport the Nameks to a new Namek that would have similar living conditions to their old planet. Gohan and Dende share a tearful goodbye as the Nameks disappear to their new home. Gohan returns to his studies under his mother, while Piccolo promises to aid Gohan in times of need, and life on Earth returns to normal. For now. And now we move on to the Garlic Jr Saga. Between the time of the Dead Zone and the Garlic Jr Saga, Garlic Jr was trapped in the Dead Zone, but was able to escape thanks to the power of his planet, the Makio Star, drawing close to Earth, an event that happens every 5,000 years. Garlic Jr returns to Earth to take revenge on Goku and his friends for sending him to the Dead Zone. He gathers the Spice Boys, members of the Demon Clan from the Makio Star, and find the Blackwater Mist, a powerful mist that brainwashes all life on Earth to act like vampires. In the Japanese version, it is stated that all people and animals exposed to it become demons. Garlic Jr. and the Spice Boys travel to the lookout where they trap his mortal enemy Kami and his servant Mr. Popo in a bottle. They then release the Blackwater Mist on the humanity below. Meanwhile, down below on Earth, life was getting back to normal following the battle between Frieza and Goku on Namek, though Goku had not yet returned to Earth. While Gohan was out catching fish, he ran into Krillin, who has now found himself a girlfriend, Marin. Krillin invites Gohan to a party at Kame House, with Gohan saying he'll ask his mother. However, she refuses when later asked, and Gohan sneaks out riding Icarus during the evening. Shortly afterward, the Blackwater Mist reaches Kame House, infecting Chi-Chi, Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and Bulma as they fall prey to Garlic Jr.'s evil plan and are transformed. A battle ensues between those transformed and those who manage to escape the mist. Marion, Krillin, and Gohan are seriously outnumbered, and things look grim. I'm sorry, what in the hell is Marion gonna do? Piccolo is bitten by Yamcha and is seemingly affected by the mist. However, his arrival buys time for Krillin and Gohan to get Marin out and escape. And they all head to the lookout to retrieve the sacred water, where they discover that he and Mr. Popo were imprisoned by Garlic Jr. With no other choice, the two of them face off against the Spice Boys. Krillin is outmatched when confronted by Mustard, and Gohan also struggles against Salt. Before giving in to his anger at seeing an injured Krillin, causing Gohan to kill the two members of the Spice Boys with a single Masenko each. By the way, is that technically the first kill by Gohan in the series? I don't remember. Technically this is filler, so this wouldn't really count, but I'm wondering if that, if that's the first kill. Yeah, I don't know, because I don't know if Gohan's ever actually killed someone now that I'm trying to think back on it. Anyway, an infected Piccolo who has been brought to the lookout as well is released and aggressively attacks Gohan, who is reluctant to fight back. Though at a disadvantage, the tide turns when Piccolo shows up and frees both Kami and Mr. Popo by pretending to be infected by the mist, when in reality his Namekian biology makes him immune. While Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo fight the Spice Boys and Garlic Jr., Kami and Mr. Popo travel deep inside the lookout only to find the former Guardians of Earth dwell. After death, the sacred water is the only antidote to the Blackwater Mist and must be released through an exit at the bottom of the lookout, where the air currents of the world is located, so that it will spread over the entire planet before sunset, at which point the Blackwater Mist's effects become permanent. While the Z-Fighters appear to now have the advantage, it soon turns the other way when the Makio Star, getting even nearer to Earth, provides the remaining Makians, Garlic Jr., Spice, and Vinegar with a huge power boost, in power with them also using gigantification to grow stronger still. The heroes find themselves outmatched, but after seeing Krillin get knocked off of the lookout, Gohan gives in to anger once more. kills spice and vinegar with a double Masenko. Meanwhile, Piccolo uses his great Namekian form, which gives him the increased strength needed to dominate Garlic Jr., but his strength greatly fades as Kami struggles to stay alive after being confronted by the former Guardians. Gohan also attempts to fight Garlic Jr., but his immortality makes it impossible for him to win. After a battle of wills with the former Guardians, Kami is allowed to use the air currents and cures everyone on Earth. In a rage, Garlic Jr. makes the same mistake as last time and opens the dead zone once again. With Krillin and Piccolo damaged badly, attempts Gohan to throw them into a force field, which he holds up by himself. Garlic Jr. plans on taking the whole Earth out with the dead zone, but Gohan manages to destroy the Makyo Star, sapping Garlic Jr.'s strength immediately. Now, lacking his previous power, he is again trapped in his own prison, this time for eternity, as the Makyo Star has been destroyed. Garlic Jr. and the Spice Boys have been defeated, but this time without the heroic abilities and wits of Goku. Life on Earth returns to normal. After the ordeal with Garlic Jr., Krillin announces that he and his girlfriend Marin are almost engaged. Almost engaged? What does that mean? You either are or you aren't. In order to make her happy, he decides to get a mermaid's tear, which is a pearl. However, upon seeing the pearl, Krillin changes his mind and leaves the pearl to the nice fish, who are protecting it. Marin, who is always quick to flirt with others, sees a handsome hunk in a sports car and takes off with him. Heartbroken, Krillin convinces himself it was for the best anyway. Meanwhile, Vegeta journeys through space using a Capsule Corp spaceship trying to find Goku so he can learn how to become a Super Saiyan. At one point, he spots Goku from afar on a planet and approaches him, but an asteroid cuts off his vision. Upon destroying the asteroid, he realizes that Goku has gone, but vows that he will become a Super Saiyan. And now we move on to the Trunks Saga. A year and a half after Planet Namek's destruction, and following the defeat of Garlic Jr., many of the characters of Dragon Ball Z begin to regain a normal life. They are still waiting for the day when Goku finally returns home. Gohan, who has become worried of when his father will come home, begins to slack off on his studies, and his mother hires a private tutor. However, she finds out the tutor is abusive and chases him off after he insults Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta returns to Earth after failing to find any trace of Goku. Although rude and hostile, he reluctantly accepts Bulma's offer to live at Capsule Corp, since he has nowhere else to go. Bulma has developed some form of affection for him, but Vegeta does not notice this. Krillin has gone over his breakup with Marin and resumes his training, as do Piccolo and Tien. Unbeknownst to them all, they are once again threatened. This time, Frieza has returned, having survived his fight against Goku on Namek. Frieza has been cybernetically enhanced since much of his body was destroyed when Namek exploded. He is arriving to Earth with his equally diabolical father, King Cold, to exact revenge against Goku and the other Z fighters for humiliating him. By defeating him, Gohan and the others sense Frieza's ki, which is much stronger than when they first fought him. They fly to the northern wastelands and wait for him so they can stop the tyrant. Once they gather, Frieza and his father arrive on Earth, and Frieza orders his minions to destroy the first Earthlings they can find. But before they can, they are killed by a mysterious young fighter who tells Frieza that he will be the one to destroy him. But Frieza mocks the warrior and asks how he knows Goku. The warrior does not say how, but says that he will show what a Super Saiyan can truly do, which shocks Frieza that this boy is a Super Saiyan as well, but makes him think he is being deceived. The warrior transforms into a Super Saiyan, and it is clear that his power has overcome Frieza's. Gohan believes that it must be his father. He is able to dodge and throw back Frieza's supernova before slicing him in half and destroying his remains. Vegeta discovers that Frieza has been sliced into bits. Bulma believes that Goku has finally showed up and saved the Earth, but Yamcha tells the others that he is a Super Saiyan. But he's not Goku. King Cold, fearful of the warrior, asks him to join as Frieza's replacement, but is rejected. King Cold asks for the warrior's sword and tries to kill him with it, but the warrior effortlessly kills him with 2 energy blasts and destroys the ship. The Sea Fighters are shocked that the mysterious fighter killed Frieza so easily and that he is a Super Saiyan. Vegeta wonders how he could be a Saiyan due to that he and Gohan and Goku are the last Saiyans alive. He tells them that Goku is due to arrive in 2 hours, and they wait for him. They try to ask the mysterious fighter who he is and where he came from, but the warrior refuses to reveal anything about himself other than he is 17 years old. Bulma points out to Krillin that the mysterious fighter resembles Vegeta, and Vegeta gets irritated at him for constantly looking in his direction. When Goku arrives, much to everyone's joy except Vegeta, Bulma tells him that the mysterious fighter killed Frieza and his father, and Piccolo says the warrior transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku is amazed that he transformed at a young age, but Vegeta reminds him that they and Gohan are the last Saiyans. The warrior asks Goku to talk alone with him. He asks Goku to transform for him, which Goku does, and the warrior attempts to strike him with his sword. He stops halfway and Goku does not react because he sensed no malice in the warrior. Then the mysterious warrior tries several more strikes, which Goku stops with his finger. He concludes that Goku is indeed powerful, and Vegeta is angry that Goku and now a stranger he has never seen before have surpassed him. After swearing Goku to secrecy, Future Trunks introduces himself and that he is from the future 20 years from now. He says that he is actually half Saiyan and that Vegeta is his biological father. Much to Goku's surprise that Vegeta would have a child, and more so, he will be born 2 years from now. Future Trunks tells him the real reason he came. He warns him that 3 years from now, on May 12th at 10 a.m. near South City, 2 red ribbon androids will appear and destroy everything on Earth. He reveals that he is the only fighter left. All the other Z fighters will be killed in combat, and only Gohan escaped before being killed 13 years later. And the Dragon Balls will vanish forever, meaning no one can be revived again after Piccolo is killed. He tells Goku that Goku will die from a heart virus that has no cure in the present before the battle, but Goku is upset that he will not be able to fight the androids. Future Trunks is amazed that Goku wants to stand up to the challenge, and that his mother was right about him. Future Trunks gives him the heart medicine and says he believes in Goku because his mother told him everything about him. Goku asks who Future Trunks' mother is, and Future Trunks points her out, revealing her to be Bulma, which makes Goku fall over in disbelief that Bulma and Vegeta would end up together. Future Trunks explains that Bulma and Yamcha broke up, and Bulma eventually falls in love with Vegeta. But they never married. Future Trunks does not remember his father as he was an infant when he was murdered and is happy to meet him. Future Trunks asks Goku not to tell Bulma nor Vegeta about his identity or else they may not conceive him. Goku promises not to, and after thanking him for everything, Future Trunks leaves. Piccolo, meanwhile, has heard the conversation with his enhanced hearing and tells the story to the others without revealing anything that could endanger the birth of Trunks. They discuss what to do in 3 years before the scheduled fight with the androids. Goku reveals to the group that he narrowly escaped from Namek just seconds before the planet was destroyed. He tried to escape in Frieza's spaceship, but it would not start up. He then spotted a space pod belonging to the Ginyu force and escaped in it. also says that he learned a new technique from them, the instant transmission, as a good reason of why he decided not to come home. He shows it by teleporting to Kame House, stealing Master Roshi's sunglasses, and teleporting back in mere seconds. Piccolo suggests that they take training seriously this time. Bulma suggests that they use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Jiro's laboratory and destroy the androids, but Vegeta says that it would be too late by then. Goku decides that they should train their hardest and give it all they got when the day comes. Vegeta tells Goku that he will fight the androids too, but once it is over, the two of them will settle the score, and leaves. With that, everyone departs and begins training. The remainder of the Trunks saga shows the training that takes place by many of the Z fighters in order to prepare for the arrival of the androids. One significant event is developing, which is the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma, even though he tends to shrug off her affection. There is also an ordeal Goku and Piccolo face on Chi-Chi's request, a driving test in order to receive their driver's licenses. However, their inability to acquire a driver's license is the least of their worries when the day of the android invasion comes. 3 years after future Trunks had warned Goku about the androids' arrival, the Z fighters go to the city where future Trunks told them the androids would appear. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo meet Krillin halfway to the island, and they see the differences in their powers. On an island nearby, they meet up with Yamcha, Tien, and Bulma, who is carrying a baby. Goku tells her to leave for her own safety, but she says she wants to see the androids, and then will leave. Krillin asks about the baby, and Gohan assumes it's Yamcha's. Yamcha says that he is not the father. Goku says that Vegeta is the father, and that the baby's name is Trunks, much to Krillin and Gohan's surprise. Bulma asks how he knew because she has not told anyone yet, but he laughs it off. Piccolo asks where Vegeta is. Bulma does not know because they are not living together, but says that he has been training intensely for this day. They have 30 minutes to spare, so Krillin and Gohan entertain Trunks. When 10 o'clock arrives and goes, the Z fighters are suspicious. Gohan says that androids do not have keys, so they cannot sense them. Yajirobe arrives with sensu beans from Korin and leaves after refusing to fight. Seconds later, Yajirobe's hover car explodes. The Z fighters spot 2 figures lurking in the smoke from the blast. The figures race down into the city so fast that none of the fighters can see what they look like. As the Z fighters cannot sense the android's key, they split up and go down into the city to find them. Yamcha makes his way to one of the lower cities where he encounters the androids. The androids resemble people, so they go undetected by Yamcha. Android 20 reveals himself as an android by grabbing Yamcha by his mouth and draining the majority of his energy. There are 2 of them, androids 19 and 20. As Yamcha struggles, android 20 punches him through his chest, severely wounding him. Goku and the others, who sense Yamcha's life force disappearing, arrive shortly. After finding the androids and Yamcha, who is laying on the ground, dying, Goku asks Krillin to evacuate Yamcha and get him a sensu bean before it is too late. The androids are eager to fight, but Goku tells them that there are too many innocent people around. Android 20 decides to fix the problem by using his eye lasers to destroy every living thing nearby. This infuriates Goku, who then throws a punch at Android 20. Android 20 seems unaffected by the impact. Goku and the others convince the androids to move away from the city in order to fight without harming any more innocent bystanders. After Yamcha is completely healed with a sensu bean, he follows Krillin and Gohan to find the others. They arrive at a deserted rocky area and Goku offers to fight first. However, Goku is clearly not his usual confident self, as he appears to already be tired and out of breath just from flying to this location. It becomes apparent that Goku is experiencing some mild effects from the heart virus, which takes its toll 6 months later than future Trunks had predicted. Regardless, he decides to fight Android 19 and transforms into a Super Saiyan. Android 20 is surprised by this transformation because while he spied on Goku's battle with Vegeta, and earlier he did not observe the battles that took place on Namek, including the colossal battle between Goku and Frieza, in which Goku achieved Super Saiyan for the first time. However, Android 20, unaware of the extraordinary powers of Super Saiyans, claims it is just a minor setback and believes that 19 will be able to defeat Goku. He then seems to be proven wrong when Goku and 19 engage in battle, as Goku's Super Saiyan strength and speed is superior to that of Android 19. Goku seems to have the upper hand during the beginning of the battle. Meanwhile, the Sea Fighters watch the fight from below. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha cheer Goku on, believing that he will win easily against the android. However, Gohan and Piccolo sense that something is wrong, and they notice that something is taking away from Goku's energy. He increasingly becomes more tired and out of breath, greatly lacking the power and energy of his usual self. The fight continues and Goku's condition rapidly deteriorates as his punches and kicks seem to have little effect on Android 19. Goku struggles to create a Kamehameha, which 19 absorbs with his hand. Piccolo then warns Goku not to use any energy blasts against the androids. Goku gets weaker by the minute and expresses that he feels like he is dying. He clutches his hand to his chest, and at that point, Gohan realizes that the heart virus is attacking him. Krillin then gives Goku a senzu bean, but it has no effect against the virus, and Goku's condition continues to worsen. Android 19 takes advantage of this apparent weakness, hitting Goku with several kicks and punches before knocking him to the floor. Android 19 then sits on top of Goku, wrapping his hand around Goku's neck in order to drain him of his energy. The Sea Fighters try to help him, but Android 20 blocks their path. Goku lays dying as his energy is drained by the android, until Vegeta makes his appearance on the battlefield and interferes, blindsiding 19 with a powerful kick to the face. Vegeta scolds Goku for fighting in his condition and kicks him toward Piccolo and the others. The Z Fighters decide that Yamcha should take Goku home, while Vegeta takes over the fight. Vegeta surprises everyone when he reveals his newfound ability to turn Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes turn green and his hair turns a golden yellow. However, confident after defeating Super Saiyan Goku, 19 believes that he can easily defeat Vegeta, claiming that he already knows all of his moves. However, Vegeta laughs at these claims, mocking the fact that Dr. Gero did not observe the battles that took place on Namek. Vegeta then toys with 19, allowing the android to punch him in the face so that he can laugh at how weak the android is. Vegeta then proves himself superior to the android in both strength and speed. He easily overpowers Android 19 until the android catches him off guard, wrapping his hands around Vegeta's wrists. He begins to drain Vegeta, but Vegeta remains smiling and confident, placing his feet against the android's head and forcing it back while pulling his arms. Android 19 is able to absorb a substantial amount of energy until Vegeta rips his arms off. The android then runs away in fear, and Vegeta blasts him with a Big Bang attack, which destroys him easily. After the destruction of 19, Vegeta is naturally quite drained, but bluffs Android 20 into thinking he is still capable of taking him out. Android 20, seeing the death of 19 as proof, easily takes the bait and is scared off. Vegeta eats a senzu bean and chases after him. Android 20 distracts Vegeta and promptly flees the battle. Hiding out in various canyons and behind rock surfaces, Android 20 is stalked by the relentlessly pursuing Z Fighters at a range of canyons. However, they struggle to find him as they are unable to sense the power levels of androids. Android 20 hides while Vegeta, becoming more and more frustrated, throws a ki blast into the canyon, hoping to clear it away. This works to 20's advantage as he reveals himself to absorb the ki blast, and then flees once more. Android 20 then plans to absorb the energy of all the weaker fighters in order to power himself up and beat Vegeta. He deduces that Piccolo is the strongest next to Vegeta and sneaks up on him from behind. He holds him in his grasp with his hand over Piccolo's mouth, draining his energy. Piccolo alerts Gohan telepathically, and Gohan hits 20 with a double axe handle, removing him from Piccolo's back. Piccolo then eats a senzu bean and challenges Android 20 to a fight. He gains the upper hand of the fight, beating Android 20 with several powerful blows and ripping the android's arm off so that he cannot absorb more energy. At that point, Android 20 realizes that even with his new absorbed energy, he is still not strong enough to defeat Piccolo, someone who should be nothing compared to him according to his data. Piccolo informs him that they had all been training for their arrival for the past 3 years. This comes as a surprise to Android 20, and he knows that he must return to his laboratory to repair himself in order to survive. Future Trunks then arrives and is shocked to discover that androids 19 and 20 are not the same androids from the future that he warned the Z Fighters about 3 years ago. Naturally, this surprises everyone. Piccolo calls Trunks by his name, and it is at this point that Vegeta realizes the boy from the future is in fact his son's future self. Vegeta also understands how future Trunks was able to become a Super Saiyan, even though there were only 3 Saiyans left in existence. Bulma, Yajirobe, and Baby Trunks then arrive in an aircraft, and Bulma notices Android 20. While everyone's attention is diverted to Bulma, Android 20 takes the opportunity to escape, but not before claiming that he will now proceed to activate 2 more androids, 17 and 18. He then blows up the landscape with a powerful photon wave, which further distracts everyone. Bulma's aircraft is blown up, but she and Baby Trunks are saved by Future Trunks. Future Trunks is angry that Vegeta, the one closest to them, did not seem to notice nor care about the life-threatening danger Bulma and the baby were subjected to. Future Trunks then confronts his father, demanding to know why he did not try to save Bulma and his son. Vegeta spitefully replies, "I have more important things to worry about than that foolish woman and her blasted child," and continues to look around for the android, angry that he was able to disappear from sight again. When he is unable to find him, Vegeta goes back to the group. Bulma retaliates at Vegeta for being uncaring when she says that he makes Trunks cry every time he sticks his geeky face up to him, much to Krillin and Gohan's amusement. Bulma then recalls seeing Dr. Jiro's picture in one of her father's science magazines, revealing that Android 20 is actually Dr. Jiro, and that he rebuilt himself into an android as his body became older and weak. Bulma also remembers reading about the location of Dr. Jiro's laboratory just north of North City. The Sea Fighters then plot to find the lab and destroy it before Dr. Jiro can activate the other 2 androids. However, Vegeta says that that is a cowardly move, proudly claiming that they should allow the androids to be activated so that he can defeat them all by himself. Future Trunks warns Vegeta to never underestimate the power of the androids, but Vegeta refuses to listen and flies off. Future Trunks chases after him to prevent his father from suffering his predicted death. After hearing him call Vegeta, father, Gohan, and Krillin are confused. So Piccolo reveals that Future Trunks is the person that the baby will grow up to be. While Gohan and Krillin are shocked, Bulma is only relieved that Trunks will not look like Vegeta as an adult. The Sea Fighters then pursue Dr. Jiro to his lab, but arrive too late as he has already activated his most recent yet unstable creations, the lethal siblings, androids 17 and 18. Future Trunks wants to destroy them before they are activated. Having already seen the damage to the 2 androids future counterparts have done in his timeline. However, much Much to his dismay, Vegeta wants to fight them, as they might be a good challenge to him. Dr. Gero knows of their ability to follow orders directly, and had built an emergency shutdown, their inability rather, to follow orders directly, and had built an emergency shutdown remote to subdue the androids whenever they become out of control. However, since the androids are so powerful and wise, they easily snatch the remote from him. They make their way to another one of Dr. Gero's creations, and decide to unleash this incomplete monster, going by the name of Android 16. Dr. Gero is furious and yells at them with increasing intensity to not activate Android 16, as its awakening might kill them all. Android 17 and 18 do not listen to him, and 17 betrays and effortlessly kills Dr. Gero. At this point, in his Super Saiyan form, Trunks snaps and launches a full power buster cannon at the androids, destroying the whole lab and the surrounding mountainside. This does not faze them at all, and Android 17 and 18 then awaken 16, who states that his main purpose is to kill Goku. 16, 17, and 18 leave the site of Dr. Gero's lab in order to begin their search for Goku. The Z Fighters concede that they will be easily overpowered by the androids, except for Vegeta, who is eager to test his strength against them. Vegeta is confident that, by being a Super Saiyan, the androids will be no match for him. Apparently, he's not talking to Trunks about what happens in the future. Future Trunks warns him once again not to underestimate the androids. I'm sorry, Vegeta's kind of a dumbass. Like, I need to stop from the script real quick. Vegeta's an idiot because Trunks is obviously a Super Saiyan. This dude became a Super Saiyan before Vegeta did, and came back from the future to tell him, hey, I can't beat them, and I'm a Super Saiyan. By the way, Gohan was a Super Saiyan. Also, Vegeta, you were a Super Saiyan too when you were killed. So, Vegeta's an idiot. But anyway, Vegeta is angered by the suggestion of waiting for Goku and punches Future Trunks in the stomach. He then takes off to find the androids by himself. Meanwhile, the three androids stop at a mountainside road and wait for a cart to pass by so that they can steal it, in order to have some fun during their search for Goku. Android 16 remains quiet at first, responding only when Goku is mentioned. Peculiarly, he stands like a statue at the edge of the road, observing nature and the birds. When Vegeta arrives, 17 suggests that 16 should test out his strength against him, but 16 refuses, claiming that he will fight no one but Goku, as he was programmed to do. Vegeta stands confidently, boasting his strength and challenging to send the androids back to the scrap heap. Android 18 becomes annoyed by Vegeta, claiming that he talks too much, and they begin to fight. At first, it seems that Android 18 is no match for Vegeta, which shocks Trunks and the Z Fighters, but it soon becomes apparent that 18 is only toying with him. However, not being one to give up, Vegeta continues to fight and gets beaten, thinking that he could tire her out. It becomes evident that these two androids in fact do not tire out or run out of energy, as they were built with almost unlimited internal power sources. Eventually, 18 ends the battle by breaking Vegeta's arm with a kick. 17 comes and tells the Z Fighters that no one should interfere in the match or he will fight them as well. Regardless, Trunks jumps in to help his father, but it is taken out with one hit from Android 17. The others have no choice, rush them as well, only to be taken out without effort. Vegeta's determination does not pull through when 18 breaks his other arm, finally rendering him unconscious. This leaves only Krillin, who did not fight due to fear. Krillin tries to reason with the androids that Goku has done nothing to them, and that going after him would be morally wrong. Android 17 then explains to Krillin that finding Goku is a game. 16 also says that he was programmed to kill Goku. Then 16 and 17 go off to find Goku, but not before telling Krillin that if anyone else wants to face them again, they would gladly accept a rematch. Android 18 then kisses Krillin, and they fly off. Krillin wonders if the androids are as evil as Trunks warned, but puts that aside and quickly heals the others with their remaining senzu beans. Vegeta gets back to his feet and dusts himself off, his pride keeping him from admitting his inferior power. He flies off angrily. Trunks realizes that the androids in this time period are far stronger than their counterparts in his own time, as he was able to fight them evenly for a time there. Piccolo comes to a realization that they do not have enough time to train, and the only way for him to get strong enough is to become one with Kami. He does not admit any of this to the others though, and tries to fool them into thinking he is still the evil King Piccolo by making idle threats and then flying off. Krillin is not fooled though, and instantly makes the realization that Piccolo is going to the lookout to fuse with him. He would then become one with Kami, as they used to be a long time ago. Piccolo arrives at the lookout, demanding that they fuse together so that he will have the power to defeat the androids. At first, Kami is unsure about the fusion, and Piccolo becomes angry. He proceeds to sit down, waiting for Kami to make his decision. A short amount of time passes, and Kami notices that Earth is now being threatened by an even greater force than the androids. He has known about the existence of this threat for the past 4 years, and it has now emerged, terrorizing thousands of people. I like how he's known about this for the past 4 years and has told no one. Don't you think this would have been some good information to let everybody know? Just saying. Kami then, seriously, tell Goku so he can go fucking kill this thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Guardian of the Earth, my ass. Anyway, sorry. Kami then agrees to fuse with Piccolo, and they remain using Piccolo's body. Nevertheless, they rejoin and regain the identity that they had lost long ago, as well as Kami's vast wisdom and knowledge, becoming a super Namek. Because of the fusion, the Dragon Balls and Shenron cease to exist. This is a problem that is later resolved. With the knowledge of the new creature, Piccolo goes to investigate the threat. Krillin calls Capsule Corporation to tell Bulma that they are now moving Goku to Kame House, and Bulma tells them of a shocking discovery, another time machine that looks like the same one future Trunks came in. Trunks is shocked because there is only one time machine in existence, which is the one he has in his pocket as a capsule. She faxes over a picture of the other time machine, and Trunks and go meet her to examine it. When they get to the place where the picture was taken, Trunks confirms that it was his machine. However, it looked aged with moss and has damage to the dome. Damage showing that someone or something blasted its way out. Soon, Gohan discovers an exoskeleton of some disgusting-looking creature, and Bulma finds eggshells. Soon, all the sea fighters sense strange and familiar power levels from far away. Also, there is a news report depicting that a local suburban district, Ginger Town's population of 15,000 has completely vanished. All that was revealed was scattered clothing. All that was left was scattered clothing about everywhere and signs of struggle. The source of the power levels, Trunks' age time machine, and the disappearances finally reveals himself as a hideous humanoid creature with insect qualities. The creature explains how the people of Ginger Town all disappeared by sucking the biomatter of a human with his unique tail, reducing him to nothing in front of Piccolo's eyes. Piccolo instantly confronts him and they fight. Meanwhile, Android 16 detects two enormous powers fighting with his power radar and tells the other two that one of the powers is equal to that of Android 17 himself. 17 bluffs this and believes that Android 16's power radar is broken, and they drive off, foreshadowing things to come. Piccolo's strength is clear in this fight. He completely dominates the creature, but is stunned with surprise when it shoots a Kamehameha wave at him. Distracted, Piccolo's arm is absorbed into a sagging mound of flesh, and he admits defeat while asking it who it is and how it made it here. The monster then goes on to reveal that its name is Cell, and he was created by Dr. Gero as the perfect fighting android, made up of the cells of the universe's strongest warriors. However, Dr. Gero saw the plan to create the ultimate bio-soldier was taking too long, so he abandoned the project. Instead, special robot was created to capture the gene samples of Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo when they were fighting on Earth. Frieza and King Cold's genes were captured when they came to Earth and were killed by future Trunks. Many others fell into that category too, and he had learned many of their strongest techniques and abilities. Trunks' genes were not collected though, as enough sand samples were collected. However, Imperfect Cell reveals his most disturbing fact, that his true purpose was to absorb the unique infinite power cores of 17 and 18, reaching his perfect form. With the Earth's population low in his future, 17 and 18 destroyed, Cell decided to steal Trunks' time machine by killing another version of future Trunks to come back to the current timeline to a fresher planet with more victims. Cell believes that it's time to end the fight, as Piccolo thinks he has enough information and reveals that he was bluffing the whole time by regenerating his arm back. Cell is angry at being tricked, as Piccolo vows to stop him. Despite Imperfect Cell absorbing a lot of energy from Piccolo's arm, he realizes that he is no match for Piccolo at all, and is only made worse when Trunks and Krillin arrive as well. Cell recognizes Trunks as the boy he killed in his own timeline, and realizes that this Trunks must be from an alternate timeline. He also learns from Krillin that Goku is still alive as well, and uses his solar flare technique to blind everyone, and runs away, masking his power to be as undetectable by the others. Just then, Cell notices Vegeta, who, sensing a great ki, travels to Ginger Town and is shocked when it comes from Piccolo. He is updated on how the Namekian got stronger. Tien arrives shortly after, as Piccolo explains the situation of Cell to Vegeta and the others, who all have unique reactions. Trunks is shocked by another android, Krillin is dismayed at the threat he poses, and Vegeta is angry that everything is surpassing him. Vegeta then vows to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan and flies off. Trunks and Krillin leave to destroy Imperfect Cell that is probably growing in his timeline to prevent another Imperfect Cell later. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Tien search desperately for Imperfect Cell, knowing that he has hidden his ki and is ever getting stronger by absorbing more victims. Back in the mountain region, the androids are joyriding their way to Goku's house. Goku is then moved to Master Roshi's house. The androids reach Goku's home and find that it is completely empty, so they proceed to the next likely place for him to be, Kame House. Trunks and Krillin return to the site of Dr. Joe's laboratory, this time discovering a secret lab hidden underground. Here, they find the Cell of the present in his larval baby form, infantile and weak, his growth and development maintained only by the master computer. They also discover Dr. Giro's blueprints, which outline the design of 17. Trunks, eager to take the opportunity to find any weakness of the androids, takes the blueprints before he and Krillin incinerate the baby Cell and the supercomputer with ki blasts. Krillin then destroys the laboratory they were in. Trunks instructs Krillin to bring the blueprints to Bulma at Capsule Corp so that she can examine them, as he plans to go looking for his father, Vegeta, in order to train with him and learn to become an Ascended Saiyan as well. However, Krillin warns Trunks that Vegeta is very independent and may prefer to train alone. Meanwhile, Cell is ravaging through cities, depleting the population as he absorbs energy from every human he can find in order to become stronger. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien continue to search for Cell, but he remains one step ahead of them, hiding in the shadows as he knows that he is not yet powerful enough to defeat Piccolo. Back at Kame House, Goku has been resting in the upstairs bedroom as the antidote slowly cures him of the heart virus. At one point, Chi-Chi goes to check up on Goku and discovers his bed empty. She looks out of the window and finds Goku healthy and fully restored, testing his ki blasts across the ocean. Goku and the others exchange heartfelt greetings that he is fully awake again, and Goku explains that he overheard everyone talking about the situation while he was asleep. He then says his goodbyes and uses instant transmission to teleport to the aircraft where the sea fighters means well again. Goku himself states that in his current state, he is no match for either the androids or Cell. Because of this, he plans to enter the hyperbolic time chamber with Gohan, where they can spend a whole year training in the span of one day, in real time, in order to surpass the powers of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Gohan then proceed to find Trunks and Vegeta in the mountains. Trunks tells Goku that Vegeta refuses to train with him, and that he has been standing on a rock cliff for 3 days straight, trying to figure out how to ascend past the level of a Super Saiyan. Goku approaches Vegeta and tells him about the hyperbolic time chamber, stating that only 2 people can enter the chamber at once. Goku will be going in with Gohan, leaving Vegeta to train with Trunks. Eager at the chance to complete a year's worth of training in one day, Vegeta accepts the offer and demands to go first. The 4 of them then proceed to Kami's lookout, where Mr. Bobo leads them to the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta and future Trunks enter the chamber first, and Goku and Gohan wait outside the door for a day. As Trunks and Vegeta train in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo is at the Kame house, watching the news and cursing Imperfect Cell, while the others are taking a nap. However, 16, 17, and 18 suddenly arrive in front of Kame house. Piccolo is surprised to see them and awakens the others. The androids ask the Sea Fighters where Goku is, but they refuse to tell. Piccolo then challenges 17 to a fight, and they move to a deserted island nearby. Piccolo requests that the other 2 androids stay out of the fight, and 17 agrees. However, 17 doesn't realize that Piccolo has fused with Kami. Because of this, 17 underestimates him and is knocked down easily at first. 16 then warns 17 that Piccolo is much stronger than before. The battle becomes more serious as the 2 give it their all and are evenly matched in power, with Piccolo gaining a slight advantage with his new techniques. Meanwhile, Cell, still absorbing energy from humans, in a nearby city notices Piccolo's huge ki and deduces that he must be fighting the androids. He then rushes full speed to them, finally seeing a chance to absorb the androids and achieve his perfect form. After intense fighting, 17 states that Piccolo won't be able to keep this up forever, as he doesn't have infinite stamina. Piccolo states that before that happens, 17 will make a mistake. At this point, Bulma has created a remote that will deactivate the androids based on Dr. Shiro's blueprints. Back at Kame's lookout, Gohan and Goku continue to wait outside of the hyperbolic time chamber, growing impatient. They feel the massive energy of Cell approaching. Piccolo and the androids, worried that Piccolo won't be able to hold them off much longer. Piccolo and 17 continue to fight on the deserted islands. They both give it their all and are evenly matched. Piccolo calls Android 17 an early prototype, and 17 defiantly replies, "I am the ultimate android. There are no improvements to be made." Before the fighting can continue, Piccolo looks in horror at a nearby rock, upon which Cell is standing. The androids look in confusion to what is happening, and Piccolo and 16 notice Imperfect Cell's new incredible power from absorbing many thousands of people. Immediately after Imperfect Cell interrupts the battle between 17 and Piccolo, he begins to inspect the androids. He recognizes 17 as being amazingly efficient, and 18 as poetry in motion. Imperfect Cell stops short when he sees 16, brushing him off as an earlier, less efficient model. Android 17, however, does not recognize Cell and asks him to stop interrupting the battle. Meanwhile, Krillin flies off to meet Bulma to retrieve the remote control, and Tien watches the battle between Imperfect Cell, Piccolo, and the androids from a nearby rock. Piccolo is shocked that the androids do not even know who Imperfect Cell is, though intervenes to save them. The Namek warns 17 and 18 that Imperfect Cell is another of Shiro's creations, and his purpose is to absorb them and become complete. Imperfect Cell takes this patiently and asks them to merge with him to be the most powerful being that Dr. Gero has dreamed of. 17 refuses the offer and stands willing to fight Cell. 16 then warns 17 not to fight him because of his extreme power, advising 17 and 18 to run away. However, they are still skeptical towards Imperfect Cell, and without realizing the seriousness of the threat he poses, they choose to stay. Imperfect Cell powers up to an unparalleled power, exploiting the thousands of lives he absorbed. He then beats 17 to a pulp in order to weaken him and absorb him by force. Piccolo tries to interfere but is easily overpowered. He launches his light grenade attack at Cell, but is not fazed by it. Cell then breaks Piccolo's neck with a strong punch and launches an energy wave through Piccolo's stomach, tossing him into the sea. He does not immediately resurface and is presumed to be dead. Gohan, sensing that Piccolo's ki had disappeared, goes on a rage and has to be held down by Goku. At this point, 16 finally decides to fight. He once again advises 18 to leave and tells her that he enjoyed the time that they spent together. Coinciding with his tendency to peacefully observe nature, 16 expresses that the world is a good place, and he'd rather die than to live in fear. 16 then interrupts Cell as he attempts to absorb 17 by punching him hard in the face and knocking him to the ground. 17 questions how 16 was able to do this, and 16 tells him that according to his calculations, his own power and strength is equal to that of imperfect Cell. They begin to fight an even battle, with 16 having a slight upper hand. At one point, Cell strikes 16 in the neck with the point of his tail and attempts to absorb him, but his plan backfires as 16 is a completely mechanical model with a different design to the other androids. Then, Android 16 rips off Cell's tail in order to put a stop to his absorbing capabilities, claiming that he is now like a bee without a stinger. Unfortunately, imperfect Cell is composed of the cells of Piccolo, therefore he can regenerate his own body parts and limbs. However, 16 refuses to give up and unleashes some of his secret techniques. 16 then throws him to the ground and launches a Hell's Flash directly at Cell, which inflicts a huge amount of damage on imperfect Cell, but fails to kill him. 17, seeing 16's massive power, gets incredibly cocky and plans to finish off Cell despite 16's repeated warnings to both 17 and 18 to run away. 17 gets caught off guard and is finally absorbed by imperfect Cell, who is hiding underground behind him. The other two androids and Tien watch in horror as 17 is sucked into Cell's body, as they are now all rendered powerless and can do nothing to stop the monstrous Cell as he begins his hideous transformation. Cell is now in his semi-perfect form, and his first act is to test out his power. He does this by attacking 16 with a blast that severely damages the android. By doing this, he gets a taste of what his powers can do, and he has taken out the only thing preventing him from absorbing Android 18. After Android 18 refuses to join him, he tries to persuade her by using 17's voice, saying that he enjoys being a part of perfect Cell, semi-perfect Cell. She doesn't fall for this trick and finally threatens to detonate her self-destructing bomb, but semi-perfect Cell quickly informs her that while she is charging the blast, semi-perfect Cell will have enough time to stop and absorb her. Finally, Tien has had enough of watching semi-perfect Cell torment others and decides to step in and try to stop semi-perfect Cell from absorbing 18. He manages to stall semi-perfect Cell with his new technique, the Neo Tri-Beam, while the androids find a place to hide. As androids 16 and 18 make their escape to an island in the distance, Tien Shinhan is determined to hold off semi-perfect Cell for as long as he can by firing his Neo Tri-Beam. Tien fires several in a row, giving all the energy he has, until he falls to the ground in a severely weakened condition. Though they were able to buy some precious time, the Neo Tri-Beams had little to no effect on the monstrous semi-perfect Cell. Angry that Android 18 was able to escape in the midst of a distraction, semi-perfect Cell turns his sights to killing Tien. Meanwhile, at the lookout, Goku and Gohan sense what is going on below on Earth. Just as semi-perfect Cell is about to deliver the final blow to Tien, Goku appears using instant transmission. The sudden appearance of Goku catches semi-perfect Cell off guard as they share words in their official meeting. The Saiyan promises to defeat Cell after getting stronger. Cell mocks Goku for his supposed cowardice, but is surprised Goku is able to grab Tien and also Piccolo, who washed up to shore, barely clinging to life. Goku teleports back to Kami's lookout just as Semi-Perfect Cell makes a move to attack him. Piccolo and Tien are then given a senzu bean whilst Semi-Perfect Cell searches for Android 18 in the neighboring islands. Just as Tien and Piccolo recover, they, along with Goku and Gohan, learn that Vegeta and future Trunks have completed their training and are ready to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Bulma and baby Trunks meet up with Krillin while flying in her aircraft. Bulma gives Krillin a remote control that is capable of shutting down Android 18 within a 10-meter range. She then flies up to Kami's lookout. At the lookout, future Trunks and Vegeta emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber after a year of intensive training, one day in real time. It is apparent that both of their powers have increased exponentially, and they have reached a whole new level of strength. There is also a physical change in future Trunks' appearance. His face has matured slightly. He is now taller and more muscular than before, and his hair has grown to be shoulder length. Bulma is surprised by the new length of future Trunks' hair and questions why Vegeta did not grow as well. Agitated, Vegeta informs her that a pure-blooded Saiyan's hair does not grow or change once he or she is fully grown. Just before Vegeta and future Trunks leave Kami's lookout, Bulma provides everyone with new Saiyan battle armor that is identical to Vegeta's. All of them accept the armor except for Piccolo, who is proud of his Namekian heritage, and Tien, who refuses to dress like Vegeta. Vegeta then rushes off to test his new power against Semi-Perfect Cell. Before future Trunks leaves, Goku gives him 2 senzu beans, and Bulma, nervous about their well-being, requests that future Trunks takes care of himself as well as Vegeta. After scarfing down a meal prepared by Mr. Popo, Goku and Gohan enter the hyperbolic time chamber with a clear mission: to make Gohan a Super Saiyan and to ascend to a level even greater than that of a Super Saiyan. Gohan is surprised by the vast open space and gravity, which is 10 times the gravity of Earth. Of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku instructs him to stay close at all times, so he does not get lost in the infinite space. Goku then tells him that he is a stricter teacher than Piccolo, and that is important for Gohan, and that it is important for Gohan to become even stronger than Goku is. Gohan, though slightly overwhelmed and doubtful that he can obtain a power greater than his father's, is eager to begin training. Through a series of powerful energy blasts, Semi-Perfect Cell has depleted nearly every island in sight in his efforts to find Android 18. Only one island remains, the very island that Android 16 and 18 are hiding upon. And Semi-Perfect Cell raises his hand to blow it up as well. However, Vegeta arrives just in time to stop him, with future Trunks following closely behind. Semi-Perfect Cell, unaware of their intensive training in the time chamber, is unimpressed by the arrival of Vegeta and future Trunks, believing that they will not present much of a challenge. Vegeta proudly proclaims that he is now the strongest warrior in the universe and exhibits his new strength by transforming into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Semi-Perfect Cell is not impressed, as he believes that he is superior to Vegeta no matter what transformation he goes through. He soon learns that he is no match for the Saiyan Prince. The battle begins with the newly ascended Vegeta commanding complete control of the upper hand. Whatever attacks Semi-Perfect Cell throws at him, Vegeta counters them all, dominating in both strength and speed. As future Trunks watches the battle, he recalls the struggles he faced in the time chamber. While in the chamber, Vegeta refused any help from Trunks, insisting that he only trains alone, which made his feelings of indifference towards his son even more apparent. However, in spite of Vegeta's lack of caring, future Trunks still greatly yearns for his father's approval, expressing that I honored my father's wishes to be left alone, but I watched him from afar when I could, and I learned. I knew that my father would achieve the greatness he desired. He would climb any mountain that stood in his path, and I vowed that I would follow in his footsteps. I would make my own ascension so that one day I might face my father as his equal, and he will know that I am his son. Father, one day I will prove myself to you. Maybe then you'll understand that all of these dangers you are so eager to face, you don't have to face them alone. While Vegeta battles Semi-Perfect Cell, Krillin arrives on the island with the remote control that Bulma gave him and soon locates the androids. Even though he knows the importance of carrying out his mission to destroy 18, he hides behind a mountain, conflicted. Ever since Android 18 kissed Krillin on the mountainside road, he has developed strong feelings of affection for her and struggles internally against causing her any harm. Much to Android 18's surprise, Krillin smashes the remote. Back at the lookout, Piccolo and Tien watch the fight. Piccolo mentions that Vegeta is toying with Semi-Perfect Cell, and he had the strength to defeat him a long time ago. He believes that decision may come back to haunt him. In the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan's chances of becoming a Super Saiyan look bleak. Goku then informs him that the transformation of Super Saiyan comes in response to a need, not a desire. After dominating in battle, the Ascended Vegeta has clearly proven himself superior to Semi-Perfect Cell. Vegeta then tells Cell that he has no chance of winning, because even if by some miracle Cell managed to defeat him, future Trunks would have finished him off. For the first time, Vegeta vocally acknowledges Trunks as his son, claiming that although future Trunks is not as strong as Vegeta, it would be difficult to tell them apart because of Trunks' incredible fighting power. While listening to these words, future Trunks has a pained look on his face, as if he is hiding something. At this point, Vegeta expresses his disappointment that Semi-Perfect Cell, did not present enough of a challenge for Vegeta to test his new strength against. Semi-Perfect Cell, now more desperate than ever to absorb 18, conjures a plan to reach perfection. Because he is made up of the cells of Vegeta, he knows that Vegeta's greatest weakness is his pride. Semi-Perfect Cell then uses that weakness to manipulate Vegeta. Cell tells him that if he had the chance to reach his perfect form, he would become a worthy adversary, and he claims that Vegeta would be no match for him. Vegeta, who hungers for a challenge and any chance to prove that he is the best, falls for Cell's trap. He steps back from battle, allowing Semi-Perfect Cell an open opportunity to absorb 18 so that he will become a worthy opponent. However, future Trunks knows that his father is blinded by his pride. If Cell reaches his perfect form, his power will greatly surpass Vegeta's, although Vegeta does not believe it is possible. Semi-Perfect Cell soon finds the androids on the island, but future Trunks blocks his path, stopping him before he can act. This angers Vegeta, who is eager to prove himself against Perfect Cell. Vegeta then steps in and attacks future Trunks, hindering his efforts to stop Cell. Future Trunks, however, is determined to stop Cell from transforming at all costs, even if it means standing up to Vegeta. Vegeta laughs at Trunks, claiming that he does not have the guts to challenge his own father because he is weakened by his feelings. Future Trunks then proves him wrong, conjuring a powerful energy wave and blasting it at Vegeta. Because of this, Vegeta realizes that Trunks is stronger-willed than he thought, and his determination earns Vegeta's respect. With Vegeta temporarily out of the way, future Trunks, Krillin, and 16 work to keep Cell away from Android 18 in an all-out attack. However, Cell eventually uses Solar Flare, blinding everyone so that he can absorb 18 at long last. To prevent any interference, Semi at Perfect Cell creates a powerful barrier around himself as he transforms. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan has realized that the only way to become a Super Saiyan is for his father to fight him at full power. Reluctant, Goku turns into a Super Saiyan and prepares to fire a Kamehameha at Gohan. He does so, and Gohan is able to hold it off. While blocking it, Gohan expresses his determination to follow in his father's footsteps. He recalls the many times when he was in danger, and his friends helped him, although he was not able to help them in return due to his lack of strength. This rage proves to be the incentive that Gohan needed, for he feeds off of his rage and transforms into a Super Saiyan, firing the blast back at Goku. Back at the battlefield, an enraged Krillin attacks Perfect Cell, along with future Trunks, but the attack has no effect. Perfect Cell then knocks Krillin unconscious with a mere kick. Future Trunks gives him a senzu bean, and Krillin tells him that he has never felt such strength and power before. Krillin also tells Trunks that he can sense the massive power that Trunks is holding back, and he asks why he has not unleashed the power to put a stop to Cell. Future Trunks then recalls his training in the chamber, stating that at one point Vegeta reached a plateau, and Trunks was able to surpass him. However, Trunks does not want his father to know that he surpassed him because he fears that Vegeta would then hate him because of it. Even though Trunks has worked hard to gain his father's approval, he knows that Vegeta would rather lose than to accept someone else's help because of his extreme pride. Therefore, Trunks refuses to step in and reveal his true power until the moment Vegeta loses consciousness. Perfect Cell then resumes his fight with an unimpressed Vegeta. At the start of the battle, Perfect Cell toys with Vegeta, allowing Vegeta to believe he actually has a chance to win, just as Vegeta did to Semi-Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell hides his true power and appears to have only gained speed by dodging all of Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta becomes frustrated, which affects his fighting for the worse, as he is too blinded by anger to fully concentrate. At one point, Vegeta charges at Cell and kicks him in the neck. This does not faze Cell at all, which utterly shocks Vegeta, as he reveals that he put all of his energy into the kick. With only one kick, Cell sends Vegeta flying across the island, through several rock formations, and into the water. It takes a moment for Vegeta to resurface and stand up. While he is down, Cell laughs at his apparent weakness and thanks Vegeta for being a good warm-up, as well as allowing Cell to reach perfection. However foolish a mistake it was. Outraged, Vegeta flies into the sky and challenges Cell to take his next attack head on. He concentrates nearly every ounce of his energy he has left into a blast and launches it at Cell. Perfect Cell senses the massive energy Vegeta put into his final flash, attempting to dodge it at the last second, but it destroys his right arm. However, he regenerates it, and then, with a short series of attacks, knocks Vegeta unconscious. After Cell deals his devastating blows to Vegeta, Trunks becomes enraged, and he transforms into a Super Saiyan 2nd grade. He then instructs Krillin to take Vegeta away from the battlefield so that he can recover. Because he does not want his father to know that he has surpassed his power, future Trunks allows Cell to take the upper hand as a distraction, and does not fight back in defense until Vegeta is gone. Cell and Trunks then begin to fight on practically equal terms, as Cell has the advantage of speed, and Trunks has the advantage of strength. Cell then encourages Trunks to demonstrate more of his strength, leading Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. As he gathers his energy, Piccolo observes him from above in amazement, stating that Trunks is now even stronger than Vegeta, and possibly Cell as well. Trunks, now thought to be the strongest warrior in the universe, attempts to attack Cell, but Cell easily dodges every blow. This confuses Trunks, as he believed his Super Saiyan 3rd grade powers would be enough to defeat Cell. However, Cell eventually finds the flaw in Trunks' transformation, explaining that although the form grants him superior strength, it heavily incapacitates him in terms of speed. I mean, I feel like that would be common sense, right? But apparently not. Not for Trunks. Cell knows that he is faster and taunts Trunks to charge up his strength even more, knowing that it will only debilitate him further. Back in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku has discovered that Super Saiyan 2nd and 3rd grade forms, and immediately has discovered its weakness. The bulk of their muscles greatly affects their speed, and it would be useless to be so strong if you cannot catch your opponent. Goku then comes up with a plan to stay in Super Saiyan form for so long that it feels natural, so they will not have to waste the energy of transforming and sustaining the transformation during the battle. That way, they can increase their stamina with the energy they save and balance their strength and speed while preserving their ki. Trunks resumes his fight with Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell decides to exploit Future Trunks' weakness. He uses his speed to his advantage to defeat Trunks, who is still wondering why he cannot touch Perfect Cell. Cell tells him why and explains that he could have increased his own strength if he wanted to. Realizing his foolish mistake, Trunks quits the battle and tells Cell that he can kill him. However, Cell lets him live and is curious about how Trunks and Vegeta gain so much power in so little time. This leads him to come up with an idea of having a tournament, the Cell Games, which will occur in 10 days' time. And now we move on to the Cell Games. The saga begins with Cell's announcement of the Cell Games, which will be held 10 days after his television broadcast. Goku and Gohan emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, mastering Super Saiyan full power. Gohan's appearance comes as a surprise to the others, especially Piccolo and Chi-Chi, as he now has greater muscle mass and is taller than before. Prior to entering the chamber, Gohan reached Krillin's shoulders, and just below Goku's chest in height, he now reaches Goku's shoulders. Using instant transmission, Goku visits Cell at the tournament platform in order to gain an understanding of his power. He then transmits himself back to the lookout, where the others are waiting. They ask Goku if he thinks he will be able to defeat Cell, and Goku calmly laughs it off, claiming that he does not really know, and thinks Cell will probably beat him into the ground. That's reassuring. This comes as a surprise to the others, as they do not understand why Goku is acting so aloof. Piccolo then reminds Goku that he and Gohan can go back into the hyperbolic time chamber for one more day, but Goku refuses the offer. Once again, this comes as a surprise to the others. Goku tells them that he and Gohan will be training outside of the chamber, rather than subject their bodies to any more strain. This agitates Vegeta, who expresses his anger that Goku is always one step ahead of him, and he wonders exactly what secret Goku is hiding. Goku and Gohan then pay a visit to Korin and ask if he can determine how Goku's power measures up against Cell. Korin deduces that Cell is stronger, and Goku once again laughs it off, claiming that he discovered a great secret while in the hyperbolic time chamber, which comes as a surprise to Gohan. For the next 9 days, most of the Dragon team use their time to train, though Goku and Gohan train for only 3 days, and spend the remaining 6 resting. Goku also pays a visit to New Namek and asks Dende to become the new guardian of Earth. Eager to see Gohan again, Dende accepts the offer and creates a new Shenron capable of granting 3 wishes, though this could be reduced to 2 if one wish took too much effort. When the tournament finally commences, Goku decides he would be the first one to fight Cell. However, the world champion Mr. Satan, along with his students in combat, Karoni and Piroshki, attempt to fight Perfect Cell first, though each of them are easily flicked away and disqualified. First, Karoni attempts to attack Cell from high up, and Cell sent him even higher with his enormous energy. After falling, Karoni was convinced that Cell was tremendously powerful. Piroshki attempts to rush at Cell head first, but only to be flicked away backwards by Cell's simple energy, which seemed too much for Piroshki to handle. Mr. Saiyan then attempts to attack Cell with a slew of punches and kicks, only to be knocked into the mountains. After this, throughout the entire tournament, Mr. Saiyan decides to claim he is suffering from intense stomach pains in order to avoid fighting Cell. He also calls the technique in the ring tricks or illusions. Goku and Cell then begin to battle, and in a heated display of power, technique, and ability. To no one's surprise, Goku seems to be able to keep up against the mechanically engineered monster. Cell pulls out all kinds of tricks, performing various moves, such as the Death Beam and Kamehameha. Goku and Cell battled for a while until Cell grew tired of being confined to the small ring. So Cell destroyed the ring and made the battle an all-out fight, just to make things more interesting for him, with no rules applied. Goku threw everything he could at Perfect Cell, and even tricked Cell into believing he would destroy the Earth with a Kamehameha. Cell was noticeably afraid as Goku powered up the energy blast, but Goku tricked him by performing instant transmission to teleport directly in front of Cell and unleash the blast on him. The entire top half of Cell was disintegrated. The Z-Warriors seemed content until the remains of Cell jumped to its feet and regenerated. Goku knew that if he continued, the Earth would be destroyed, or Cell and himself would die fighting each other. Goku suddenly forfeited the match to Perfect Cell and surrendered. He reasoned that only one person could defeat Cell. When Goku revealed that his son Gohan was his pick to fight, the Sea Fighters were furious, and Cell was amused. Before Gohan and Cell begin to fight, Goku asks Krillin for a senzu bean, which he throws to Cell, surprising everyone. Goku explains to the Sea Fighters that Cell was worn out from the fight, so it would not be fair. Krillin argues, and even thought that Goku got a screw loose or something. Cell gladly eats the senzu bean and proceeds with the fight. It took a while for the battle to commence between Gohan and Cell, and even longer for Gohan to get serious. As a full-power Super Saiyan, he did no better than his father, and the Sea Fighters were noticeably worried. As the battle continued, Gohan told Cell to stop fighting, as the power he could harness when he becomes enraged would destroy everything. However, this only fueled Cell's desire to push Gohan to his limit, much to Gohan's horror. Finally, Android 16 decides to destroy Cell himself with the self-destruction device in his body. He wrapped his arms around Cell's torso with the purpose of killing them both. To 16's surprise, Krillin informs him that the bomb had been removed by Bulma when she reprogrammed him earlier during repairs. Cell then gained the upper hand and destroyed all of 16 but his head, which rolled over the battlefield. Cell even claimed that even if the bomb did blow up, he most likely would not have been affected too much. Cell then created 7 smaller blue versions of himself from his tail and christened them Cell Juniors. After they were born, he orders them to attack the Sea Fighters, but not kill them. Each Cell Jr. was close to the power of Cell himself. Only Vegeta and Trunks in their Super Saiyan second grade forms, and Piccolo managed to hold them off for a while, but eventually all of them were brutally beaten up, even Goku, who was weakened from his fight with Cell. As Gohan watched these maniacal Cell Juniors heartlessly beat his friends and family, he became enraged, but it was still not enough. Cell, noticing Gohan's anger, ordered the Cell Juniors to kill everyone. At this point, Hercule discovered the head of 16, which surprisingly could still talk. Android 16 pleaded with Hercule to take him near Gohan, throw him if he had to, for the sake of the world. Hercule complied despite his fear, and the androids had landed between Gohan and Cell. Android 16 gave some advice and words of encouragement to Gohan, saying it was okay to fight sometimes to defend the ones that you love, and to protect the world that he loved. Cell, overhearing this, claimed that this was good advice, and promptly crushed Android 16's head beneath his foot. This was the boiling point when Gohan snapped. This enraged Gohan to his very limits and pushed him to a new level, Super Saiyan 2. The Super Saiyan level ascended beyond a Super Saiyan, although it was not named at this point in the series. Cell was pleased when Gohan reached this form, but Gohan's first action was mercilessly taking down the smaller Cell Juniors, which he defeated in a single hit. The already outstanding warriors, with the exception of Goku, were amazed as Gohan and Cell began to battle, with Gohan dominating the powerful android. Even after Cell powered up to maximum, which surprised everyone who all thought Cell was at full power when he fought Goku, and punched Gohan hard in the face, Gohan was barely phased at all. With just 2 punches, Gohan almost incapacitated Cell completely. Cell truly learned fear when Gohan began dodging all of his attacks, taunting him and overpowering even his strongest Kamehameha at point-blank range. This almost destroyed Cell, but Gohan decided to let Cell suffer for a while, which made Goku order Gohan to kill Cell, but it was too late. Cell regenerated using Piccolo's cells. Making the same mistake future Trunks made earlier, he began a transformation that reduced his speed drastically, making him unable to hit Gohan. After Gohan had enough of dodging Cell's punches, he kicked Cell in the face and then in the stomach. The kick to the stomach was hard enough to make Cell regurgitate 18, which made him revert to semi-perfect form. Enraged, semi-perfect Cell threatened to destroy the whole planet and began to self-destruct. Goku decides to step in because if he did not, Cell would have killed himself, destroying the planet with him. Goku used the instant transmission to reach semi-perfect Cell and then transmitted them both to King Kai's planet, which was subsequently destroyed along with Goku, Cell, King Kai, and poor Bubbles and Gregory. The Sea Warriors were in anguish over what had transpired and knew Goku took his life for the rest of the planet. But, to their surprise, a strong wind begins to blow, and a tremendously powerful force came down upon them. Cell was back. A single death beam by Cell impaled Trunks and killed him. He came back in his perfect form due to the fact that his cells stored the memory of his perfect form, and he was exponentially stronger than before, because his core remained unharmed, and from it he had regenerated. He had become a lot stronger thanks to the Saiyan cells inside him, which, after a near-death experience, increased his power dramatically. This power increase brought Cell up to a form he calls Ultimate Perfection. The previously distraught Gohan was in fact pleased to see Super Perfect Cell had returned and hoped to avenge his father. Vegeta, seeing his own son get killed by Cell, becomes stunned, but this soon turns into anger as he went into a berserk rage against Cell, despite everyone telling him that future Trunks could be revived by the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, who went Super Saiyan, attacked Cell mercilessly and attacked him with an array of energy blasts. It was absolutely hopeless, however, as Cell gave one hit to Vegeta that knocked him out and almost killed him. He was about to kill Vegeta off with a ki blast, but Gohan intercepted the blast with his own arm. It became badly damaged and hung limply at his side. Vegeta, in a rare moment, actually apologized to Gohan. Super Perfect Cell jumped back and prepared for an attack. Cell fired his solar Kamehameha at Gohan, which is stated by himself to have enough energy to destroy the entire solar system that they reside in. After losing use of one of his arms and seeing how much stronger Cell was, Gohan seemingly lost all hope of destroying Cell and gave up until he heard Goku communicating to him from the other world via King Kai. Goku encouraged Gohan to believe in his power, and with newfound hope, Gohan prepared Since Gohan had used up a lot of the energy and only used one arm, which had been injured by Cell's blast, for a Kamehameha, he was at a disadvantage. This, coupled with the fact that Cell was equal to or greater than Gohan, in power, seemed to bring Gohan down all the more. The battle between the Kamehameha waves proved intense. As Tien, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Yamcha watched, they begun to doubt Gohan's power. In a heated battle between Gohan and Cell, the Kamehameha wave grew and grew. Even though Cell nearly overtook Gohan several times, Gohan was aided by his father during the battle, who encouraged him and supported him against Super Perfect Cell. With this encouragement, Gohan was finally in the right state of mind to put forth his full power, which seemingly brought the Kamehameha duel to a standstill. Everyone but Vegeta also assisted him in a four-sided attack. The distraction helped Gohan push his power even further, but it was still not enough. Vegeta, caught in his pride, ponders over whether to help Gohan or stay on the sidelines. Finally, Vegeta's better side brought him to power up to the maximum and go help Gohan. Even though Gohan was giving it all of his power, Cell begins to take a huge upper hand in the struggle once again, which leaves everyone, even Goku and Gohan, very worried. Cell was about to fully overtake Gohan and the Earth, and everything on it was about to be destroyed when suddenly a surprise Gallic gun from Vegeta leaves Super Perfect Cell a bit stunned and very distracted. Gohan seizes the opportunity, encouraged by Goku, and unleashes all the rest of his strength into the Kamehameha, which overwhelms Cell's Kamehameha and envelops him in the enormous energy. As Cell's body disintegrates, it is obvious that Cell cannot understand that he has been defeated. His core is the last thing to burn up in the Kamehameha, and its destruction marks the moment of Cell's death. Everyone was exhausted, especially Gohan, who had used up nearly all of his energy to defeat Perfect Cell. Of course, despite this extreme fatigue and injuries, Gohan could only smile as the Z fighters looked upon him with pride, and as Goku told him how proud he was of him. After the battle ends, the heroes make their way to Kami's lookout, where Dende healed Gohan, and Android 18, who Yamcha was scared of, After that, Gohan told everyone Krillin has a crush on 18. Cell was gone, but so was Goku. The Z Warriors attempted to wish him back after wishing all of Cell's victims back. This included Trunks, but failed to revive Goku because he had already been wished back to life once before, and Shenron cannot revive a person more than once. However, Goku decided to stay in the other world after explaining that he seems to attract evil people, so it would be better for the Earth to live in peace without him. He also said that Gohan surpassed him greatly now, so that there would be no worries if another threat came. With the second wish, Krillin wanted the androids to be wished into people due to his crush on Android 18, but Shenron could not grant that wish as both androids were stronger than him, and he could not change anything about their persons. So Krillin instead wished that the bombs inside of them were removed. This Shenron could do with ease. Android 18, who had been hiding, revealed herself and got angry at Krillin for thinking that he could soften her feeling for any of them, and partially out of Krillin's mistaking Android 17 for her boyfriend instead of her twin brother. She then flew off, but not before saying, "See you later." Piccolo planned to stay at Kami's lookout to train Dende to become a good guardian of the Earth, and Gohan promised to visit him every once in a while. Trunks planned to stay for the night and leave for the future the next day after a good sleep. Tien told him he would probably never see them again. And after saying goodbye, left to see Chiaotzu. Wow, aren't these supposed to be your friends, bro? Yeah, I'll probably never see you again, see ya. The fuck? As everyone said their goodbyes and parted ways, Yamcha told Trunks what Vegeta did for him. After hearing this, Trunks became, for the first time, proud of his father. Meanwhile, Hercule lies to the world by claiming credit for Cell's defeat. As Cell had been destroyed and Shenron has revived Cell's victims, the people of Earth believed that this is proof that Hercule defeated Cell and can magically revive the dead, despite seeing him lose foolishly to Cell on TV. After heartfelt goodbyes from the present, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, her parents, and even Vegeta, Trunks returns to his own time via his time machine. Upon returning to the future, he tells future Bulma about everything that happened in the past, and destroys both androids 17 and 18 with ease. 3 years later, when Trunks was planning a trip to the present to tell them about the destruction of the androids, future Cell, in his imperfect form, would plan to kill him and take his time machine. However, he was quickly killed due to future Trunks' greatly increased power. His future is finally restored to peaceful times, as long as future Trunks, the last Sea Fighter, is alive. He then thanks Vegeta, Gohan, and Goku for everything. Meanwhile, in the present time, Goku is enjoying the life with King Kai, Bubbles, and Gregory. Goku wants to go to Grand Kai's planet. King Kai agrees, and they begin to start walking on Snake Way. 7 years after the defeat of Cell in the Cell games, Gohan is a 17-year-old teenager and has finally stopped training to focus on his studies. His mother decides that he needs to further education to pursue higher studies, so she sends him to Orange Star High School. It is revealed that the city has been named after Mr. Satan in honor of his false claim that he defeated Cell. Gohan becomes the city's true hero by defeating criminals in his Super Saiyan form, thus earning him the title Golden Fighter. He does this not to reveal his hidden powers, as that would attract unwanted attention to himself. On his first day at high school, he witnesses a bank robbery and transforms. At school, he meets Videl, Mr. Saiyan's daughter, who generally fights trouble in the city and gets assistance from the police as well. She is immediately suspicious of Gohan and thinks he may be the Golden Fighter because he resembles the hero. Afraid of being caught out, Gohan asks Bulma, who is now married to Vegeta, to make him a costume that will conceal his identity while fighting. She agrees, and Gohan asks to see Trunks, who has been training with Vegeta since he was 3 years old. He visits with Trunks, who is now 8, to play, but Vegeta says that he's wasting his time with studying. With his new costume, he calls himself the Great Saiyaman, a hero of justice, but Trunks thinks he looks like a geek. Gohan comes home and shows it off. His mother ignores it, but his 7-year-old brother, Goten, whom Chi-Chi was pregnant with during the Cell games, likes it. Once again, Videl is suspicious of the new superhero, and later finds out his secret after tricking him into confessing. She agrees to keep it a secret in exchange for flying lessons, and on the condition that Gohan enters in the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. If he refuses, she will tell everyone. Unable to get out of this problem, Gohan reluctantly agrees to teach Videl how to fly and enter in the tournament. Disappointed that he is being blackmailed by Videl, Gohan talks with Bulma and asks her to make some changes for his costume for the tournament, as helmets or armor are forbidden in the tournament, and Bulma decides to help Gohan change his disguise. Again, he likes his new costume, sporting a bandana with shades, but Trunks again says it looks dorky. Vegeta again mocks Gohan for wasting his time studying and dating rather than training, and tells Gohan if he is competing in the tournament, he'll have to enter too. And Trunks becomes excited about Vegeta and Gohan entering the tournament together. Then, out of the blue, Goku telepathically calls out to them with the help of King Kai. He tells them that he heard about the upcoming tournament and has been given special permission to return to Earth for 1 day so that he can enter. Gohan is excited at getting to see his father again, and Vegeta is excited that he will get another opportunity to fight Goku. Gohan visits all of the Sea Fighters to tell them the news. It is revealed that Krillin has married Android 18 and that they have a 3-year-old daughter named Marin. Thrilled that Goku is coming back, the Z Fighters agree to go to the tournament, but most will not enter because they have retired from fighting. Gohan goes home to tell his mother and Goten, who are happy to hear the news. Chi-Chi even pushes Gohan to skip school and enter in the tournament because all the money they received after Goku's death is almost gone. Later that night, Goten asks Gohan what their father is like, and Gohan responds like an angel. The next morning, Gohan takes Goten out to the woods to train him for the tournament. He is surprised that Goten is unusually strong for his age. Goten asks if he can be a Super Saiyan, but Gohan says that he needs to be very strong to do that. But to his shock, Goten transforms. Goten reveals that he transformed some time ago while his mother trained him. He transformed in front of her much to her dismay, and she told him to never do it again. Gohan also discovers that Goten cannot fly, so he decides to teach him with Videl, whom they see flying towards their house. On their way home, Goten tells his brother that he and Trunks play fighting games all the time and that Trunks is stronger than him, which does not surprise Gohan. Videl asks Chi-Chi where Gohan is, but she is hostile at the girl for bribing Gohan. When Gohan arrives, Videl harshly reminds him of their deal, and Chi-Chi agrees to let him train her on the condition that she does not touch her son. This makes Videl angry and argue with her, much to Gohan and Goten's amusement. After teaching Gohan and Videl how to control their energies, he teaches them the task of flying. Goten is easily able to accomplish this, but Videl has a tough time. Finally, she has enough for one day and is about to leave when Gohan asks her to cut her hair, because it would get in her face. She mistook it to mean that Gohan likes girls with short hair, which makes her angry. At Capsule Corp, Vegeta and Trunks are training in the gravity room. Vegeta asks Trunks to rest because he is struggling with the gravity, but Trunks says that Goten told him about entering the tournament. Then he transforms into a Super Saiyan, which shocks Vegeta because Trunks is so young. He curiously asks Trunks to hit him and promises to take him to the park if he lands a hit on him. Trunks is able to do it, but Vegeta strikes his son down, which makes him feel guilty. He then asks Trunks who is stronger, him or Goten. Trunks says he is because he is a year older, and Goten has not learned to fly yet. The next day, Videl, now with shorter hair, returns for her training. By now, she has mastered flying. She and Gohan have also become interested in each other romantically, something that even the shy Gohan cannot admit. But everyone, especially Chi-Chi, is amused by it. The following events before the tournament show all the Z Fighters training in preparation for the big day. Finally, on the day of the tournament, everyone is flying towards the island. Gohan tells Vegeta that all the Saiyans should not transform because it will make people remember them from the Cell games, and they will receive unwanted attention. Vegeta agrees to this. When they arrive, they begin searching for Goku, who appears with fortune teller Baba. Everyone embraces him, and Chi-Chi tells him how much she misses him. She missed him. Goku spots Goten hiding behind her as he discovers that the boy looks exactly like him and realizes that the boy is his son, and the two instantly bond. Fortune teller Baba reminds Goku that he only has 24 hours to stay on Earth, and Goku agrees as fortune teller Baba wishes Goku good luck. And Piccolo informs everyone that they need to enter the tournament before the gate closes. Videl meets up with Gohan, and they show their feelings for each other after making a classmate who has a crush on Videl jealous. As everyone registers, Trunks discovers that he and Goten will be put in the new Junior Division tournament because they are under 15. Much to his dismay, Goku, Android 18, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta all qualify to enter the finals of the tournament after scoring high on the punch machine, which Vegeta destroyed, while Videl and Gohan wait in line. The tournament begins with the Junior Division first, and then the Adult Division. Goten and Trunks, who are in the Junior Division, easily defeat their opponents and make it all the way to the finals. In the final round, they fight each other. Both boys cheat countless times, such as using energy attacks on each other. They are seemingly matched while the crowd watches in awe, and Chi-Chi and Bulma argue about whose son will win. In midst of the battle, while Trunks has Goten bound, Goten transforms, thereby breaking the pact not to transform. Mr. Satan is horrified to see that the boy resembles the blonde-haired warrior who beat Cell. Trunks bets that he can beat Goten without using his left arm, but this gives Goten the advantage. At the end, Trunks wins by transforming and using an energy blast to push Goten out of the arena, making him the junior champion. Goten is angry that Trunks cheated, but he says that they are even because they both cheated. Trunks is given special chance to face Mr. Satan, who tries to ask the boy to treat it as a joke, but Trunks defeats him with the lightest punch, which sends him out of the arena and pains his cheek. Bored with the junior division, Trunks convinces Goten to enter the adult division by disguising themselves as the Mighty Mask, as Trunks tricks the real Mighty Mask into thinking that someone is going to challenge him to an arm wrestling match and knocks him unconscious as he and Goten steal his costume and wear it. Goku and the Sea Fighters meet an unusual pair of beings who go by the names Shin and Kibito. The Sea Warriors immediately have a strange feeling about the two. Shin comes up to Goku and asks if he is Goku. After confirming, the stranger says he is looking forward to competing against him. After shaking hands, Shin says that Goku is as brave as people say he is. As they leave, Piccolo says he has a bad feeling about them, and that they are strong, to which Goku agrees. Having successfully made the tournament finals, the group proceeds to draw lots for the upcoming matches, which turn out as follows. Match number 1, Krillin vs. Pintar. Match number 2, Piccolo vs. Shin. Match number 3, Videl vs. Popovich. Match number 4, Gohan, the Great Saiyaman vs. Kibito. Match number 5, Mr. Satan vs. Android 18. Match number 6, Goku vs. Vegeta. Match number 7, Mighty Mask vs. Killa. Match number 8, Jewel vs. Yamu. Vegeta is excited at being matched with Goku, who is equally interested. Krillin comes out victorious from his match with Pintar. Piccolo is matched against the mysterious Shin, who reveals his true identity. Seemingly terrified, Piccolo withdraws from the match, telling Goku and the others that he believes Shin is actually the Supreme Kai, which shocks everyone because the Supreme Kai was thought to be a myth. Videl steps up to fight the muscle-bound Popovich next, who brutally beats her nearly to death, which enrages Gohan, and Gohan powers up to Super Saiyan as both his bandana and cape fall off, and he begins to stop the match, but Yamu orders Popovich to stop, and Gohan powers down. Gohan helps take her to the hospital, much to Mr. Saiyan's dismay when he finds that he is Videl's boyfriend and gives her a senzu bean to heal her. Gohan then steps into the ring against Kibito, who demands that he transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan's classmates Erasa and Sharpner think that the guy looks very familiar, as Sharpner recognizes the same hairstyle, and discover that Gohan has been the Great Saiyaman all along, and they decided to cheer for him. Gohan realizes that he has lost his disguise because his bandana and his cape both fell off, as he realizes that he won't be needing the sunglasses anymore, and decides to discard them, and reveals his true identity to his classmates, and decides to fight Kibito. Although reluctant because it will draw attention to himself. Gohan agrees and then informs him that he will rather take it to the next level and turns into a Super Saiyan 2. Upon doing this, Gohan is assaulted by Spopovich and Yamu, who proceed to drain his energy and then fly off. Shin decides to follow the two, and Goku, Krillin, and Piccolo decide to help Shin. Vegeta stops Goku, saying that their fight is next, and Goku tells Vegeta that he'll promise that they'll fight right after he's done helping Shin. But Vegeta informs Goku that he only has one more day on Earth, and Goku decides to bring Vegeta to help Shin, but much to Vegeta's dismay. Goku tells Kibito to make sure Gohan is healed, as Kibito agrees, and Krillin tells 18 to continue to participate, as 18 and 18 agrees. Videl decides to come along with Gohan after Gohan is healed, and the three take flight as Erasa and Sharpener see Gohan and Videl flying. Shin finally reveals himself as the Supreme Kai and tells them of the wizard Babidi's plan to resurrect the evil Majin Buu, who is supposedly the most powerful being in the universe. Yamu and Spopovich were two of his minions, and in order to restore Majin Buu, they must collect large amounts of energy. Supreme Kai intended to give them just so that they would lead him to Babidi's spaceship, which is obviously hidden somewhere out of sight. Kibito heals Gohan, and they, along with Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku, Supreme Kai, Krillin, and Videl, fly off after Yamu and Spopovich in order to locate Babidi's ship. While trying to catch up with the others, Videl is unable to concentrate, and Gohan suggests to go back to the tournament and tell Chi-Chi and Goten of what's going on, and Videl agrees as she asks Gohan that he is the Golden Warrior, and Gohan apologizes to Videl for lying to her, and Videl learns that Gohan is the true hero who defeated Cell, not her father, and Videl tells Gohan to take care and wish him good luck, and tells him that she'll be waiting for him back at the tournament as Gohan and Kibito begin to catch up with the others. The team are still searching for Spopovich and Yamu. They come across a spaceship and watch secretly as Spopovich and Yamu meet with Pui Pui, followed by the Demon King Deborah and the wizard Babidi. Babidi takes the energy of the two fighters, have brought to him, and kills them. After sensing the hidden Sea Fighters, Deborah and Babidi plan to lure the Sea Fighters to drain them of their energy, needed to revive a powerful foe, shown sealed in a pink ball. Deborah engages the Sea Fighters and easily kills Kibito in the process. After brief fighting, Deborah manages to turn Krillin and Piccolo into stone with his spit. Supreme Kai tells the remaining Sea Fighters that the only way to have Piccolo and Krillin restored to normal is to kill Deborah. Deborah finally retreats back to the spaceship, leaving the remaining Sea Fighters wondering what to do next. Supreme Kai explains that in order to defeat Krillin and Piccolo, in order to return Krillin and Piccolo, not defeat them, they've already been defeated, to return them back to normal, they must defeat Deborah. Supreme Kai, Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta enter the ship in order to stop Babidi's plans and avenge their friends. Inside the spaceship, Pui Pui explains that they must defeat 3 fighters to get to Babidi, and that he is the first. The Sea Fighters agree and use the rock, paper, scissors method to see who will fight Pui Pui, and Vegeta wins. Babidi teleports Pui Pui and Vegeta to Pui Pui's home planet, since the planet has a gravity of 10 times the level of Earth, to give Pui Pui the advantage. However, Vegeta, being accustomed to training at least 450 times normal gravity, easily kills Pui Pui with little effort. On the next level of the ship, it is Goku's turn to fight a monster called Yakon. After a brief skirmish, Babidi teleports them to Yakon's planet of darkness. Yakon is able to eat light energy, so when Goku turns Super Saiyan, in order to see, Yakon begins to eat his energy and becomes even more powerful. transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. This causes Yakon to eat so much energy that, as a result, he explodes. This causes Vegeta to realize that Goku has also surpassed the Super Saiyan limits. Back at the World Martial Arts Tournament, over half the fighters are eliminated. Mr. Satan suggests a battle royale, so all 5 remaining fighters get in the ring at once. Mr. Satan, Android 18, Mighty Mask, Goten and Trunks, Killa and Jewel. Killa and Jewel are defeated instantly, and the main struggle is between Mighty Mask and Android 18. However, 18 soon discovers that Mighty Mask is Goten and Trunks in disguise. And after 18 exposes the duo with an energy attack, they are disqualified as teams are not allowed in the tournament. Goten and Trunks quickly leave with Chi-Chi and Bulma, telling Goten and Trunks to get back here, but Goten and Trunks ignore them. Only Android 18 and Mr. Satan are left, so 18 proposes Mr. Satan give her 20 million centi, which is double the tournament prize money, and she will let him win, as she doesn't want all the fame. He agrees, and using his Miracle Special Ultra Super Megaton Punch, he pretends to knock her out of the ring. After fleeing from the tournament, Goten and Trunks see Videl, who tells the two of what's going on. Goten and Trunks decide to go see what Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan are doing, and transform into Super Saiyans before flying off. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level of the ship, it is Gohan's turn to fight Dabura, as he is the 3rd remaining warrior protecting Babidi. They are transported to a mountainous range and engage in battle. At first, Gohan is a little rusty with his fighting skills, allowing Dabura to best him for a while, until he transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, and becomes roughly equal with Dabura. Doubtful of Gohan's ability to beat Dabura, Vegeta argues with Goku that he wishes to fight Dabura himself, and Goku tells him not to, but Vegeta refuses, saying that he came to the World Tournament to defeat Goku. Dabura notices the argument and asks Babidi to teleport them back, as the match between Gohan and Dabura is cancelled. Dabura tells them that they must be prepared. They must get prepared for the new recruit before going to see Babidi. Dabura tells Babidi about the discovery, which will give the sealed ball full power, and Babidi thinks that this is a brilliant idea. Back at the ship, Vegeta berates Gohan for not being able to defeat Dabura, and tells him that he should have fought Dabura and Krillin, and Piccolo wouldn't have been... What is this saying? Back at the ship, Vegeta berates Gohan for not defeating Dabura, and told him that he should have fought Dabura and Krillin. Dabura and Krillin and Piccolo would have been restored back to normal. Sorry. The way that this is written, it's like this... The grammar of this wiki is actually terrible, and it has been for like every single saga that I've read through. I've been correcting it along the way, but like this is ridiculous. Anyway, after Goku breaks the two up and tells Vegeta that Gohan hadn't done anything wrong, Vegeta threatens to blow up the ship, but Goku stops him and tells Vegeta that they should move forward from this, as Vegeta reluctantly agrees. Supreme Kai then learns that Vegeta is the new recruit and that Dabura was talking about. Meanwhile, Dabura and Babidi discuss that Vegeta does not have a pure heart and could be used to their advantage. Babidi uses his magic to try to take control of Vegeta and is successful, albeit with difficulty, transforming him into Majin Vegeta, which improves his power and turns him against his friends. Babidi transports the Z Warriors, back to the World Tournament arena, where there is still a celebration over Mr. Saiyan's apparent victory of the tournament. Majin Vegeta destroys portions of the stadium, killing people in the process to convince Goku to fight him. Everyone is horrified at this, especially Bulma, who faints. Goku says that the Vegeta he knew would never do such a thing. When pressed by Supreme Kai to stop, Majin Vegeta reveals that Goku has surpassed Vegeta's ability and strength on many occasions, and that he wants to regain his pride by beating Goku. When Goku pleads with Vegeta to stop what he is doing, Vegeta destroys another part of the stadium, which finally prompts Goku to agree to fight him. The two are then teleported to a desert plain at Goku's request, where they engage in battle. Goku uses his Super Saiyan 2 form to fight Majin Vegeta, and they seem evenly matched. Majin Vegeta and Goku continue to battle while Gohan and Supreme Kai go off to fight Babidi. Majin Vegeta announces that he has not completely succumbed to Babidi's control. He only allowed Babidi to turn him evil by his own desire to return to his old ways, because he is ashamed of himself for settling down and growing to love his new family, as well as being second to Goku in strength. Back at the spaceship, Gohan and Supreme Kai are about to fight Deborah and Babidi, but before they can, it is revealed that the machine has reached full power, which in turn will open up the sealed ball. Gohan manages to stop the sealed ball by using his Kamehameha wave. As the sealed ball opens, it's shown that there's nothing inside, much to Babidi and Deborah's shock. Supreme Kai congratulates Gohan for stopping the sealed ball, but Gohan realizes that it didn't work as the puff of smoke is floating in the air, and thus Majin Buu is awakened. Upon being released, innocent Buu prances around in an infantile manner. He is rather childish, but this does not fool Supreme Kai, as he is well aware of the devastation Buu is capable of. When Majin Buu comes out of the sealed ball, Goku and Majin Vegeta sense his energy, and Goku begs Vegeta to postpone their fight. Even when told Majin Buu will kill everyone, including his family, Vegeta refuses and insists that he no longer cares about them. But Goku berates him for lying and knocks him down. Realizing the danger of Majin Buu, Vegeta agrees to end the fight by telling Goku that he has won, so that they can go find Majin Buu. But he tricks Goku into letting his guard down and attacks him from behind, knocking him unconscious after Vegeta realized that he was responsible for letting Buu out of his shell and chooses to make the right decision. He then takes a senzu bean and flies off to fight Majin Buu alone, without Goku's interference, intending to defeat Majin Buu in order to atone for his betrayal. Initially, the most surprising thing about Majin Buu is his childlike manner. He dances around the place making unfunny jokes, which only he finds amusing, and speaks in a high-pitched voice. Many of the Z-Fighters underestimate Majin Buu because of his actions. Deborah, the evil demon king of the demon world, makes this mistake and attacks Majin Buu, and in this conflict we begin to understand the creature's powers. Majin Buu has amazing regenerative capabilities. Any damage done to his body can be almost instantly repaired. When a hole is blown in Majin Buu's stomach, it is repaired quickly, and it seems like nothing has ever happened to him. Gohan tries to fight Buu after Supreme Kai is knocked out, but Buu uses his vaporize ability to blast Gohan away. Supreme Kai manages to save Gohan by using his invisible eye blast to destroy the blast, and Gohan's body lands in a forest before he crumbles to the ground, and Babidi thinks that Supreme Kai didn't help Gohan and congratulates Buu for killing Gohan. Deborah tries a few attacks against Buu. First, he unleashes a combination of kicks and punches which fail to eliminate Majin Buu. He then unleashes his spit, but Majin Buu dodges the attack. Deborah is dispatched quickly with Majin Buu's favorite technique, the Transfiguration Beam, to turn Deborah into a cookie, and gobbles him up, causing Krillin and Piccolo to return to normal. Vegeta finally makes his way to the location of Majin Buu and Babidi's spaceship, and believes that Gohan has been killed because he is unable to sense Gohan's power, showing sincere remorse for Gohan and desiring to avenge him. Majin Vegeta continues his pursuit towards Majin Buu, But his entrance does not go unnoticed. He completely destroys Babidi's ship and discovers that Majin Buu is the one who killed Gohan. Much to Piccolo's shock and horror, Majin Buu goes up against Vegeta, who manages to violently pummel Majin Buu. Vegeta, whose abilities are equivalent to a Super Saiyan 2, continues to best Majin Buu in hand-to-hand combat, but Majin Buu keeps regenerating. Frustrated at his inability to hurt his opponent, Vegeta begins to verbally assault Majin Buu, which succeeds in angering the pink monster. Buu powers up and injures Majin Vegeta badly. Buu then attacks the injured Saiyan and angrily beats him to a pulp. Enraged to see his father being tortured, Trunks saves Vegeta with Goten's help and kicks Majin Buu away. Piccolo, meanwhile, slices Babidi in half after he taunts Vegeta for being defeated. Despite the wizard's best attempt to shield himself, Vegeta comes to the conclusion that he must do everything he can to save his family and adoptive home. For the first time, Vegeta tells Trunks that he is proud of him and hugs his son for a final goodbye, and knocks out both him and Goten as they try to convince him to let them help. He asks Piccolo to take the boys to safety. Piccolo warns Vegeta that he is going to die. Vegeta asks Piccolo if he's going to see Goku in the other world. Piccolo tells Vegeta that because of Goku's heroism and selfless nature, he was allowed to keep his body and travel to King Kai's planet. He then tells Vegeta that when he dies, he will not receive the same reward as Goku, as he has lived his life for his own selfish gains. Vegeta says he doesn't care and tells Piccolo to leave with the boys. Piccolo and Krillin then race away from the area as Vegeta attempts to kill Majin Buu with a massive blast that blows Buu to pieces and results in his own death. Despite this heroic effort, Majin Buu regenerates and heals Babidi from Piccolo's attack, rendering the last Saiyan Prince's sacrifice, the late Saiyan Prince's sacrifice, a vain one. Bulma senses that something terrible has happened to her husband. To remedy this, she and the others speed off to collect the Dragon Balls. They summon Shenron and make the first wish that everyone who died since the morning of the World Martial Arts Tournament can come back to life, except for people that are evil. All the people killed by Vegeta and Nebora come back to life. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Goku wakes up and regains consciousness, and does not sense Vegeta or Gohan anywhere, meaning that they are dead. He teleports to the lookout. After Goku is fully healed, Krillin and Piccolo explain to Goku what has happened while he was unconscious, and also tells him about what happened to Gohan and Vegeta. Goku witnessed that Shenron is summoned and decides to go to Capsule Corp to put a stop to it. Goku then teleports there and stops them from making the next wish, and Shenron goes away for 4 months instead of a whole year. He then teleports them all to the lookout. Chi-Chi asks where are Gohan and Goten, and Bulma asks where Trunks and Vegeta are. There, Goku tells them that Goten and Trunks are safe and alright, but Gohan and Vegeta are dead because Majin Buu destroyed them both. Everyone is shocked. Chi-Chi faints. Bulma screams and cries, and Videl becomes heartbroken. But she refuses to believe that Gohan is dead. During this time, the Supreme Kai has been desperately trying to find Gohan when the recently returned to life Kibito finds both and heals them. Supreme Kai then teleports them all to his home planet. The first mortal to actually step foot on the sacred world of Kai, Gohan begins training with the Z sword after pulling it from the stone. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks wake up, and Goku tells them about Gohan and Vegeta, which makes them cry, but are angry at Goku for not saving them, even though this is not actually Goku's fault. Goku calms them down by repeating his belief that they can face Majin Buu. Goku subsequently begins to teach Goten and Trunks on how to do the fusion dance. Goku has learned this technique from an ancient alien race called the Metamori during the 7 years after Super Perfect Cell's defeat in the other world. They will take a long time to learn this, more time than Goku has. But since Goku's pressed for time, he ends up showing Piccolo the dance so that Piccolo can continue the training. Meanwhile, Babidi desperately threatens to return Majin Buu to his ball unless Majin Buu complies with his orders. Babidi is on a mission to find Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks because of their earlier interference. To help speed up this process, Babidi telepathically communicates with the people of Earth, forcing them to watch Majin Buu as he attacks the city. Majin Buu converts the entire population into jawbreakers, which he sucks up. He then levels the city, much to Babidi's delight. The next city suffers the same fate as he turns the population into chocolate. Babidi soon learns where Trunks lives and telepathically tells the group that he is on his way to kill the boy. Bulma alerts Goku that her parents are about to be killed and also mentions that she left her dragon radar at her house. Goku asks Trunks to go to West City and get the radar before the city is destroyed. In order to buy time for Trunks to get the radar, Goku approaches Majin Buu and Babidi and starts giving them a show of his strength. He figures this will be enough to impress Babidi, stall him, and keep Majin Buu occupied while also stalling him. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, then a Super Saiyan 2, and then finally transforms into his newly revealed form, the long-haired Super Saiyan 3. The energy unleashed in this form startles everyone across the planet. Even Tien and Chaozu feel the power of the Super Saiyan 3. Babidi does not seem too impressed with the first two forms, since he has already witnessed them in Vegeta and Gohan. But the third one has a different effect. This still does not give Trunks enough time, so Goku decides to go battle against Majin Buu. The battle starts off at a quick pace as Goku demonstrates his new powers. Goku once again holds back his efforts because he knows that it is not his job to save Earth anymore, and he wants to let the new generation, Goten and Trunks, take over for the planet's protection. During this battle, Goku is able to obtain the upper hand, but cannot cause any permanent damage to Majin Buu, who regenerates from his every attack and even shocks Goku by performing one of Vegeta's techniques. After a while, Trunks finds the radar, after Dr. Briefs tells him it was in one of the capsules, and Goku senses him returning to the lookout. Goku returns to his normal state, admitting he can't defeat Majin Buu, and asks Babidi to wait 2 days without killing people so Trunks and Goten can complete their training and fight Majin Buu. Babidi refuses, but Majin Buu is eager, so Goku leaves to return to the lookout. Babidi berates Majin Buu for letting Goku escape, but Majin Buu grows tired of Babidi and, through simple trickery, is able to dispose of the wizard by punching his head off and then disintegrating his body. In between bouts of mass destruction and his childish-like acts, the Majin builds a house and meets Mr. Satan. Trunks returns to the lookout with the Dragon Radar, and Piccolo asks Goku why he didn't defeat Majin Buu. Goku tells Piccolo that his Super Saiyan 3 transformation is a short one, and it wasn't his battle to win. Piccolo tells Goku that when he returns to the other world and sees Gohan there, Piccolo asks Goku to tell him that he is proud of him. With the radar safe, Goten and Trunks continue practicing fusion, but want to see Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and Goku reluctantly agrees as Goten and Trunks promise to train harder. However, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation has decreased Goku's time on Earth, So when he arrives at the lookout, it is already too late, as fortune teller Baba tells Goku that his 24 hours are up. He must go back to Otherworld and allow Piccolo to pick up where he left off, as Piccolo agrees and also tells the others that he will find Gohan in the Otherworld after giving Chi-Chi and Goten one final hug and telling them that he will tell Gohan that he said hi when he sees them in Otherworld. After Chi-Chi asks what is she going to do now that Gohan is gone, however, Videl thinks that Gohan is still alive. Goku says goodbyes to his friends and family before returning to Otherworld. Piccolo continues to teach the boys the fusion dance, and after 2 mishaps where they fail miserably, they successfully fuse to make the warrior Gotenks. Gotenks then flies off to fight Majin Buu, who still proves to be stronger, and subsequently beats him. In Otherworld, Goku asks King Yama to see if Gohan checked in, but finds that Gohan is still alive, just like Videl said. He senses Gohan on the sacred world of the Kais and teleports there to help Gohan with his training, as Gohan asks his father what he's doing here and that his 24 hours are not up yet. But then the Z-Sword breaks due to a training-related accident with the strongest metal in the universe, Kachin. Old Kai comes out, but becomes hostile towards Goku for playfully attacking him with an energy blast. Old Kai is capable of unlocking Gohan's inner latent potential called the Mystic Powers, but he refuses to. Goku tries to bribe him with an offer to kiss an Earthling woman. His first choice was Videl, but Gohan refused, because Videl is his girlfriend, and Goku settles on Bulma, even though Gohan is afraid of her reaction. Old Kai agrees and begins training Gohan. I like how Goku just pimps out Vegeta's wife. Because Vegeta will obviously be very happy about that. But anyway, because Mr. Satan claimed that he destroyed Perfect Cell several years ago, and now that the Earth is in danger again, people are turning to him for help. Arriving at Majin Buu's house, Mr. Satan befriends the pink monster and even convinces him to give up killing. Majin Buu adopts a puppy he decides to call B, and then things seem to be going well. Then the 2 madmen, Van Sant and Smitty, arrive and they shoot B. After Van Sant and Smitty shoot B, and later Mr. Saiyan, Majin Buu becomes more enraged than he has ever been. After healing B and Mr. Saiyan, in order to keep control, he uses fission to expel all the inner evil from his body. The evil leaves Majin Buu in the form of a giant cloud, taking control of his power, taking most of his power with it, and giving birth to a tall, thin, and gray version of himself called Evil Buu. Evil Buu kills Van Sant with a massive energy blast and then confronts Good Buu. Good Buu fights valiantly, but proves to be no match for Evil Buu, as Buu had expelled the bulk of his power along with his evil. Desperate, Good Buu fires the Transfiguration Beam at Evil Buu, but Evil Buu simply deflects it back at him. Good Buu is turned into chocolate and is quickly eaten by Evil Buu, who then transforms into the super intelligent and incredibly powerful Super Buu. Terrified, Smitty fires at Super Buu with a machine gun, but to no avail due to Buu's regeneration. Yeah, that's what it was, just regeneration. It wasn't the fact that the guy has a power level of over like 100 million or whatever. Buu liquefies his body and flies down Smitty's throat, causing him to swell up and explode. Buu regenerates and then sees Mr. Satan and B. He rushes over to attack them, but suddenly stops. After a few moments, he utters Mr. Satan's name and then flies away. Through this, Mr. Satan realizes that the Good Buu is still in Super Buu somewhere. to Sensuki, Buu flies to Kami's lookout, where the Z Fighters and their friends are waiting for Trunks and Goten to perfect the fusion dance. However, at the moment, the two are asleep. Buu demands to see the strong fighter that Goku promised him, but he is a day early. Desperate, Piccolo begs him to wait a bit longer and tells him to spend the time killing some humans, knowing that they can use the Dragon Balls to bring them back. After a quick walk around the lookout, Buu unleashes the human extinction attack, which hones in on all humans left on Earth, besides those present on the lookout in Korin's tower, and kills them all. Chaozu and Tien manage to avoid the blasts, while Mr. Satan is not targeted at all. A horrified Piccolo begs Kami for forgiveness and promises himself that he'll use the Dragon Balls to revive all of Buu's victims when this is over. Through it all, Trunks and Goten sleep, while Krillin tries in vain to wake them up. Piccolo tells Buu to wait 1 more hour for the fighter to prepare himself, conjuring an hourglass through magic materialization so that Buu will know when the time is up. Buu at first refuses and attempts to kill Videl when she mouths off at him, but after learning that Videl is Mr. Saiyan's daughter, Buu agrees, but vows to kill Piccolo, Videl, and everyone else present if the fighter is not ready within the time limit. At this, Trunks and Goten finally wake up. Angered over Gohan's apparent death at Buu's hands, Chi-Chi foolishly confronts him, despite Goten and Piccolo's warnings, slapping him across the face and verbally attacking him for apparently killing Gohan. In response, an enraged Buu yells, "Turn into an egg," and turns Chi-Chi into an egg and promptly crushes her to death with his foot. Shocked and upset over the death of his mother, Goten attempts to attack Buu, but Piccolo orders him not to and tells Goten that they will bring both Chi-Chi and Gohan back to life with the Dragon Balls after Buu is defeated. After further persuasion from Trunks and Piccolo, the latter leads them to the hyperbolic time chamber, where they immediately begin training. Soon afterwards, Videl asks Piccolo how Buu knows about her father, and he explains that Mr. Satan had tried and temporarily succeeded in reforming Buu, and that the new Buu still remembers a man and the kindness that he showed a monster. Eventually, Buu's patience runs out after 30 minutes, and he demands to see the fighter, creating shockwaves that cause considerable damage to the lookout in his rage. Piccolo agrees to lead him to the fighter, and does so with Videl, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Bulma, the Ox King, Android 18, Marin, Dende, and Mr. Bobo secretly following them in an attempt to buy Trunks and Gohan as much time as possible. Piccolo takes a scenic route and goes through numerous detours. After stalling Buu for as long as he can, Piccolo telepathically communicates with Trunks and Goten, warning them of Buu's coming and that they have 1 minute, which is 6 hours in the chamber, left before he arrives. Piccolo and Buu enter the hyperbolic time chamber, where Trunks and Goten prepare to fuse. A skeptical Buu punches out Trunks before they can, but Trunks tells him to wait so that they can give him a challenge. The two boys then fuse, becoming Gotenks. Unfortunately, Trunks and Goten had earlier made a plan to drag the fight out as long as possible to make their victory appear all the more dramatic, and thus Gotenks simply goofs off rather than quickly ending the fight. Gotenks uses numerous silly named attacks that do little, if anything, to Buu, and after being repeatedly knocked around, he finally decides to get serious and becomes a Super Saiyan. Gotenks proceeds to use more effective attacks, such as the Galactic Donut and Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, which cause significant damage to Buu, the latter blowing him to pieces. Gotenks and Piccolo quickly burn the pieces to ashes in an attempt to stop Buu from regenerating, but even this doesn't stop him from doing so. At that moment, Gotenks declares that he is beaten and can fight no longer, though this is secretly a trick. Unfortunately, Piccolo takes him seriously and goes for his backup plan. He destroys the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving the three of them trapped inside for all eternity. Unfortunately, things do not go as Piccolo planned. Buu, horrified at the thought of never eating sweets again, screams with such force that he tears a hole in the dimensional barrier back to Earth, which he quickly jumps through. The hole closes up before Gotenks and Piccolo can follow, and with no one on the lookout able to stop him, Buu murders Videl, Krillin, Bulma, and everyone in sight, except for Dende, who is thrown off the lookout by Mr. Bobo in order to prevent the Dragon Ball's destruction, by turning them into chocolate and devouring them. By turning everyone into chocolate and devouring them except for Dende. At that moment, Gotenks reveals his secret weapon. He transforms into a Super Saiyan 3 and screams a second hole, which they use to escape the time chamber. After Buu reveals that he murdered everyone on the lookout, Gotenks vows to make Buu suffer for what he has done. Gotenks and Buu do battle on the lookout, completely destroying it. The battle continues on in the skies, with Gotenks being on par with Buu. Near the end of the fight, a beaten and battered Gotenks gains control of the fight and leaves Buu on the brink of death. As he moves in to finish him off, the power of Super Saiyan 3 fades, and Gotenks reverts back to his base form. Without the power of Super Saiyan 3, Gotenks realizes that he is no match for Buu, who manages to regenerate, completely refreshing his life energy. Soon after, Gotenks diffuses back into Trunks and Goten again. Piccolo fears that all hope is lost, but is still determined to make a final stand. After some time on the sacred world of the Kais, and impressive training from Old Kai, Gohan becomes stronger than ever. After awakening his potential, he heads back to Earth, with Goku giving Gohan one last hug before he departs with Kibito. Once they arrive on Earth, Kibito gives Gohan an outfit identical to his deceased father's. Gohan goes to confront Super Buu, as Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo discover that Gohan is still alive. Gohan asks what happened to the others, but Trunks sadly tells him that Buu murdered everyone else on the lookout. Enraged by Chi-Chi and Videl's deaths, Gohan decides to fight Buu right then and there. Gohan starts off strong and completely overwhelms Buu. Realizing that Gohan is too powerful and that he will surely be killed, Buu powers up and tells Gohan he will self-destruct, taking everyone with him. As Gohan grabs the others and flies away, Buu explodes. However, Buu is not completely destroyed and regenerates. He knows that Goten and Trunks would have to wait to fuse again, and hides in the meantime. During this time, they locate Dende, who explains that Mr. Bobo threw him off the lookout to ensure that the Dragon Balls would still be around, and also rescue an exhausted Mr. Satan and Bee. Mr. Satan freaks out after discovering that Videl was murdered by Buu, and angrily berates Gohan for not saving her, despite Gohan explaining that there was nothing that he could have done to stop Buu. Goten tells Mr. Satan not to worry, as they'll bring Videl back to life with the Dragon Balls once Buu is defeated. After the hour is up, Buu returns and challenges Gotenks again, which Gohan and Piccolo allow. Mr. Satan yells at Buu, saying that Buu has broken his promise to not kill anybody. However, the minute Goten and Trunks fuse, Buu quickly absorbs both of them, both him and Piccolo, before Gotenks is able to fight Buu again, adding their powers to his own. With Gotenks' techniques and raw power, along with Piccolo's intelligence, added to his own might, Buu is now even more dangerous than before. Gohan and Buu continue their battle, but Buu is now the superior being. Seeing this, Old Kai decides to send Goku back to Earth. However, knowing that Goku is forbidden to return to the mortal world without permission, Old Kai transfers his remaining life energy to Goku, bringing him back to life at the cost of his own, as Goku's halo disappears. Back on Earth, Tien arrives to back Gohan up, but after a short battle, Buu easily disposes of him. Meanwhile, Goku prepares to teleport back to Earth, but Old Kai, now sporting a halo of his own, tells him to wait and gives him the Potara earrings, which will allow him to fuse with Gohan and defeat Buu. As a test, he has Shin and Kibito fused together into Kibito Kai, and only then does he inform them that this type of fusion is permanent, also revealing that he is the product of a Potara fusion himself. Goku returns to Earth just in time to prevent Buu from killing Gohan and Tien. He throws Gohan one of the Potaras, but Gohan accidentally drops it. While Gohan searches for the earring, Goku powers up to Super Saiyan 3 and attempts to hold Buu off. Just as Gohan manages to find a Potara, Gotenks' fusion wears off inside of Buu's body, decreasing his power levels significantly. Goku decides that the fusion will not be necessary now, but at that moment Buu absorbs Gohan, becoming stronger than ever. Desperate, Goku searches for someone else to fuse with, but only sees Dende and Mr. Saiyan nearby. Goku ultimately decides to fuse with Mr. Satan, as the latter's martial arts skills might make him a bit stronger, and is just now about to throw a Potara earring over to him when he senses a familiar power level. Realizing the desperate situation, King Yama and fortune teller Baba have granted Vegeta a one-day pass back to Earth to fight Buu. Goku senses Vegeta and teleports to Vegeta's location, as fortune teller Baba discovers that Goku is back on Earth again, with Goku telling her that he came back to life thanks to Old Kai's sacrifice. Kibito Kai is shocked to see that Vegeta has shown up, as he thought that Vegeta had been sent to hell after he destroyed his own body in a failed attempt to destroy Fat Buu, with Old Kai explaining that King Yama intervened at the last second. Goku and Vegeta fight Buu at Super Saiyan 2 for a while, but are easily defeated after Buu recognizes Vegeta from his first fight, with him being released from his shell. After a while, Goku attempts to persuade Vegeta to fuse with him, but Vegeta angrily refuses. Vegeta angrily refuses as he is mad at Goku for holding back his Super Saiyan 3 transformation during their earlier fight. Goku then informs him that Buu has murdered Bulma and absorbed Trunks. Vegeta is shocked by this revelation, and he reluctantly agrees to fuse, even if it means being stuck with Goku forever. With that, Goku and Vegeta use the Potara to merge into Vegito. Super Buu has difficulty fighting the newly fused Vegito, throwing everything he has and finding it to be insufficient. Whatever Super Buu tries to do to Vegito, Vegito counters twice as hard. After the fight begins, Vegito decides to turn up a notch and transforms into a Super Saiyan. This proves to be another brick wall for Super Buu, since Super Vegito is 50 times as strong as he was before. During the fight, Super Buu goes berserk, and his rage begins to tear holes in reality, threatening to destroy the entire universe, but Vegito, with some difficulty, manages to stop him. Buu pulls his trump card and transforms Vegito into a coffee-flavored jawbreaker. However, Vegito still retains his intelligence and power, and beats the stuffing out of Buu, until Buu is forced to turn him back to normal. Vegeta then decides to allow Buu 10 seconds to do whatever he wants, planning to kill him when the 10 seconds are up. As Vegeta reaches 9, Buu absorbs him. Seeing this, Old Kai and Gebito Kai at first believe that all hope is lost, but then realize that Buu has not gained any of Vegito's power, thus the fight is not over yet. Buu, however, believing that he has won, goes on a destructive rampage through West City, only wishing that he had spared some humans so he'd have more fun killing them off. It turns out that Old Kai's prediction was correct. Before he was absorbed, Vegeta erected an energy barrier around himself to prevent himself from being completely absorbed into Buu. He purposely allowed this to happen to save Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo. The minute he puts the barrier down, Vegeta suddenly separates back into Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, stating that nothing is worth being fused with Goku forever, crushes the Batara earrings to powder without hesitation. They encounter numerous hardships while traveling through Buu's body, such as massive parasitic worms and illusions of Gotenks, Gohan, and Piccolo. Goku and Vegeta eventually reach Buu's brain, where they find Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, and Good Buu wrapped up in pods. By reading Good Buu's mind, they discover what occurred during Buu's first rampage 5 million years before. They proceed to cut their sons and Piccolo loose, and Super Buu, realizing what is going on, sends a mental image of himself to stop them. Buu almost kills Goku, but Vegeta stops him, threatening to cut the Good Buu loose. Super Buu desperately pleads with Vegeta not to, telling him that if you tear him out, I won't be me anymore. Unfortunately, Vegeta thinks that Super Buu is merely bluffing, and he proceeds to cut Good Buu loose. Super Buu's body begins a chaotic breakdown, and Goku and Vegeta narrowly manage to escape with their sons and Piccolo. The heroes look on as Buu begins to undergo one final transformation. After Super Buu transforms into his original form, Kid Buu, his first target is the Earth, which, in a psychotic episode, he completely obliterates as soon as his transformation is complete. Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, Tien, Chaozu, Korin, and Yajirobe all perish in the ensuing blast, with Goku, Vegeta, Mr. Saiyan, Dende, and B barely managing to escape thanks to Gebito Kai using his Kai Kai technique to transport them to the sacred world of the Kais. Vegeta angrily berates Goku for causing the needless deaths of their sons and friends, adding that with the Earth Dragon Balls now destroyed, there is no way of bringing them back. They then remember that the Namek Dragon Balls are still active, and Gebito Kai offers to teleport there. However, Kid Buu regenerates amidst the shattered remains of Earth and goes on a murderous rampage across the universe, destroying multiple planets when he is unable to find Goku and Vegeta. The last remaining Sea Fighters decide to lure the evil Majin to them, and he easily teleports to their location. Gebito Kai then teleports himself, Dende, and Old Kai away from the battle, but accidentally leaves Mr. Satan and B behind. Winning a rock-paper-scissors battle against Vegeta, Goku starts off in his Super Saiyan form, but is shocked to see Kid Buu sleeping. Enraged, Goku exclaims that because of a despicable guy like Kid Buu, all of his friends and family are dead, and vows to make Buu suffer for what he's done. Goku's anger then erupts and he transforms into a Super Saiyan 2. He tries to conserve energy and actually holds up pretty well, realizing a few minutes into the battle that Kid Buu is tougher than he looks. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3. Goku fights Kid Buu but cannot defeat the evil Majin due to his regenerative abilities and perpetual strength. Goku launches a Kamehameha at Kid Buu, but barely even damages him. Vegeta then steps in, but proves to be no match. Just before he is killed, Goku resumes fighting at Super Saiyan 3. As they battle, Vegeta comes to accept that Goku is stronger than him. Goku curses having wasted too much energy in the fight. Vegeta re-enters the battle, allowing the worn-out Goku to rest and gather his energy for a final attack. Kid Buu re-engages in battle with Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and rejuvenates himself too many times for Vegeta's energy to catch up. Vegeta does his best to give Goku the time he needs, but for some reason it is taking longer than expected. Eventually, Vegeta falls, so Mr. Satan steps in and challenges Kid Buu, but Kid Buu finds himself unable to attack his former friend. He then spits out something that turns out to be Good Buu. Mr. Saiyan overcomes his cowardice to fight for his unconscious friend. When Good Buu wakes up, he saves Mr. Saiyan and begins to fight Kid Buu. Meanwhile, Vegeta tells Dende, Kabuto Kai, and Old Kai to travel to New Namek, where they used the Namekian Dragon Balls to summon Porunga. Vegeta has them wish for the restoration of Earth and the resurrection of everyone killed since the beginning of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, except for the most evil ones. Earth and its inhabitants, including Old Kai, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu Yajirobe, Korn, Android 17, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Videl, Android 18, Krillin, Marin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Ox King, and Mr. Bobo are revived by the Dragon Balls. Vegeta then explains his plan to defeat Kid Buu, a super spirit bomb made from the freely given energy of the people of Earth, transferred through Goku. Vegeta communicates to the entire planet via King Kai, asking the people of Earth to give their energy to power the super spirit bomb, but only their friends and family believe him, with everyone else hesitant to trust someone who sounds so aggressive. Meanwhile, Good Buu, despite his best efforts, is defeated by Kid Buu. Vegeta attempts again to hold off Kid Buu again, so that the spirit bomb can be completed. Goku asks the people of Earth to help, but only a few more people who Goku helped in the past actually give up their energy. Things look bleak until Mr. Satan proceeds to tell the people of Earth to give up their energy so that he can defeat Kid Buu. With everyone having great trust for him, they finally give their energy towards the spirit bomb. Mr. Satan honestly reminds me of Hulk Hogan. The spirit bomb is finished, but Kid Buu has defeated Vegeta, who is now too weak to move. Kid Buu knows Goku will not fire the spirit bomb because it would destroy his friend, so he stands on top of Vegeta while continuing to blast away at Goku. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks head to Kami's lookout to reunite with their friends and families. Good Buu uses the last of his power to knock Kid Buu. Good Buu uses the last of his power to knock Kid Buu over and tells Mr. Satan to grab Vegeta, which he does. Goku throws the spirit bomb, but Kid Buu is able to stop the spirit bomb and deflect it back towards Goku. Vegeta asks Dende to make one last wish to restore Goku's strength. Porunga grants the wish, and Goku feels renewed. Goku then transforms into a Super Saiyan and pushes the spirit bomb back towards Kid Buu. The attack proves to be too much for Kid Buu to handle, and he can only let out one last scream of utter terror before he is completely obliterated. After billions of years of death and destruction, Kid Buu's madness has finally been put to an end. As Kid Buu's body disintegrates, Goku hopes that he will come back as a good person and that they can have a rematch. King Yama hears Goku and decides to grant his request, though Goku doesn't know this. Vegeta finally feels unthreatened by Goku's ability to surpass him, for now, and he also accepts that his role as a Sea Fighter. Goku tells everybody that Old Kai transferred his life energy to him so he can stay on Earth for good. As Chi-Chi sheds tears of happiness at the Sun family being whole again. Later, Goku uses the Dragon Balls to wish for the people of Earth to forget about Majin Buu's evil deeds so that Good Buu can exist without being feared. 6 months after the defeat of Kid Buu, Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten prepare to go to Bulma's house for a barbecue party to celebrate Kid Buu's defeat, but Goku is nowhere to be found. As Chi-Chi's anger rises, Goku is having troubles of his own. While waiting to witness the hatching of 4 pterosaur eggs, trouble arises, casting him into the role of egg protector. Once at the party, everyone begins to show up, including Dende, Mr. Satan, and Good Buu. Everyone seems to be enjoying the food, the music, and each other's company until Goku is mentioned. Right then, the party comes to a halt and everyone's face is downcast. Meanwhile, Goku braves many dangers and keeps the pterosaur eggs safe until they hatch. Goku remembers the party right afterward, and he gets there just as the party is coming to an end. While initially angry at Goku, Chi-Chi and Bulma get all the food and party supplies back out because they feel Goku should get to participate in the party as well. At the end of the episode, everyone is sitting, listening to Goku tell about the eggs and how great it was to see the new baby pterosaur be born. 10 years later, after the defeat of Kid Buu, many of the Z Fighters have experienced changes in their lives. Bulma and Vegeta have welcomed a daughter, Bulla, to their family. Goten and Trunks have grown into strong teenagers, and Gohan has retired from fighting to become a scholar. He is also married to Videl, and now they have a daughter named Pan, who idolizes her grandfather and wishes to be a hero like him. At the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament, the Z Fighters meet a 10-year-old boy named Uub. This boy is the reincarnation of Kid Buu, born from the wish Goku made before killing Kid Buu. Goku asks Good Buu to change the numbers so that he will be matched with Uub. Goku and Uub begins a fight, and it is clear that Uub has great potential. As they fight, Goku mocks Uub several times to see his true potential, which works. Goku cuts the match short by suggesting he train Uub. Goku asks Uub if, after he is trained, they can have a rematch. Uub agrees, and Goku feels excited by the chance to become even stronger. Before leaving once again, Goku bids farewell to his family and friends, and tells Vegeta that he looks forward to another fight. Although the tournament is technically cancelled because Goku and Uub did not finish their match, Trunks, Goten, and Pan spar, with Pan defeating Goten and Trunks holding her arm up in victory. The series ends with Goku flying with Uub to his village, in the hopes that Goku will be able to train him so that Uub will someday become Earth's new protector. And that is the entire story of Dragon Ball Z. Obviously, this story was told before Dragon Ball Super was ever a thing, and I wanted to keep it authentic, so I skipped Dragon Ball Super and went straight to the 10-year time skip where Goku meets Uub. I am one of those people that, like, I enjoy Dragon Ball Super, but I don't really, it's obviously just a cash cow, and I consider the authentic storytelling being there was a time skip, Goku's older now, he goes off to train Uub, that's pretty much it. And then we have Dragon Ball GT, if you consider that to be canon or not, I don't know. But Dragon Ball Super is kind of just like, it's just McDonald's for Dragon Ball fans. Enjoyable, but the storytelling aspect of it falls short to me. But anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. I have taken a little bit over a month to record it. I'm pretty sure it's probably over 3 hours. I'm not really sure at this point, but once I splice it all together, I'll have a better idea. But I will be moving on to Dragon Ball Super and GT next. So I hope that you guys enjoyed, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Take care, my friends.